अस्सलाम वालेकुम। तो कैसे हैं आप सब लोग। मेरा नाम खिजर है और आज के दिन मैं आ चुका हूं आप लोगों को कुछ बातों से आगाह करने के लिए जो कि पबजी मोबाइल क्रिप्टो इन्विटेशनल से रिलेटेड रहती है। तो मैं आप लोगों को कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें बताना चाहूँगा जो आपको अभी तक नहीं पता रहने वाली है, और वो रहेंगी इस इवेंट का स्ट्रक्चर और फॉर्मेट, और कौन कौन सी टीम इस इवेंट का हिस्सा बनेंगी उन 2 लाख पाकिस्तानी रुपीस के बैटल के लिए। तो दोस्तों, पाकिस्तान में ये पहली दफा होने जा रहा है जिधर मल्टीपल रीजन्स एक दूसरे का मुकाबला करने के लिए आ रहे हैं, जिसमें साउथ एशियन, साउथ ईस्ट एशियन, मिडल ईस्ट रीजन भी मुकाबले में यहाँ पे आने वाले हैं। और ये सभी चीजें
ये होगी DRS ISC
सब होनी है, सब होनी है, सब होनी है, सब होनी है। एक काम करें, आप ही कर ले, मैं जा रहा हूं।
अरे नहीं खिजर नहीं, बस खिजर आ जाओ। अच्छा, खिजर तो जा चुके हैं तो आगे मैं ही कंटिन्यू कर लेता हूं। तो बेसिकली 2 नॉकआउट स्टेजेस होंगी, वहां पे पाकिस्तान की और साउथ एशियन टीम्स कॉम्पीट करेंगी।
वहां से कुछ चुनी चुनी चंद टीमें आगे बढ़ेंगी मेन स्टेजेस की तरफ। मेन स्टेजेस में हमारे पास मौजूद हैं PMGC टीमें जो कि एक दूसरे का मुकाबला करके पहुंचेंगे दी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। और इन सारी ही क्वालिफिकेशन के दस्तूर में एक फैन फेवरेट वोटिंग पोल भी यहाँ पे किया जाएगा, और आप लोगों को मौका दिया जाएगा कि अगर आपकी टीमें ग्रैंड फाइनल तक नहीं पहुंची हैं तो सारी यहाँ पे पावर आप लोगों के पास होगी कि वोटिंग के बदौलत आप उन लोगों को ग्रैंड फाइनल तक पहुंचाएं, और वो जो 2 लाख पाकिस्तानी इनामी रकम है उसमें लोगों को बाहक मौजूद करवाएं। तो दोस्तों, देखना ना भूलिए इन सारे ही एक्शन को कॉड स्पोर्ट्स के यूट्यूब चैनल पे 26 जनवरी से लेके 1 फरवरी तक मैं करूंगा आप सभी लोगों का इंतजार।
As the day of the judgment begins, we bring back the action for one more day. Today is the last day of the Crypto Invitational. I humbly welcome each and every one of you on the grand finals to the day number 3. This is Torix, and alongside with me, it's none other than Fixes once again. Now, Fixes, how have you been? How have the complete, I'd say, the race for the action, like for you?
You know, well defined. Today is the judgment day. We all know that, and we're all waiting for it. So many teams are in contention, but yes, I just hit the gym. I'm all pumped up because yes, the matches are going to be exhilarating, and I'm pretty sure all the audience out here watching this broadcast, they will be on the edge of their seats till the very end. It's going to come down to the final game. Mark my words.
Will be coming. Oh, I do mark your words right on my hand, right here, Fixes. But yes. Today is the final day and the final 5 matches that the team will be playing. I think it's once again the same map structure that we might be seeing, but starting with the point structure, it is the new one that was introduced at the start of this year. 10 for the play, like winner chicken dinner, 6 for the second, third for 5, 4 for 4th place, 5th for 3, 6 for 2, 7 and 8 gets each point. But aside from that, every other team from 9th onward on this event, 18th slot, they will not be getting a single point for themselves. And you don't want to be in that risky position. I do believe you don't even want to be in the top 5. In fact, you have to come from the back. But going back to the rosters, it's the same 18 teams that will be playing once again, Fixes, for the final day.
I mean, we do have our favorites over here. We know who are the contenders for the top spot, right? And before the grand finals did begin, we also called it out that this tournament is not just about the prize pool, but to prove that they are the best, not just in their own region, but in the entire Asian region. So yeah, you're looking at Team RRQ. They're one of those teams that are the hot favorites. You're talking about Team GHOOST. They've been doing really well. When you move on ahead, you've got the likes of VOIN Esports. I mean, what a jump it was from their side. And even for Skyforce, yesterday we saw in those games of Miramar, suddenly something gets inside them and they just go all out. 7th Element, we've been seeing that they've not been having the best of days. But yesterday's Miramar, the final game, the way they've ended, this is one of those rosters I really want to look at as to how far they can push themselves.
How far they can push themselves. And on the page 3, we are also seeing yet again some names that will be trying their level best to get the performance out of each other. T2K, DRS for MERICAL Vibes, Team ARF, AGON, and last but not the least, it's the A1 TMT Esports. A1 In fact, the yesterday matches they played tremendously good. They were amazing on the yesterday matches, and if it's the same aggression, if it's the same mindset today as well, they do definitely have a chance of coming out on top as well, because it's not just about the glory, it's also about the cash that you're going to receive. A total of 200k PKR will be distributed, out of which 100k will be given out to the complete champions of the Crypto Invitational. Second will get a 30,000, third will get 20, fourth will get only 10,000 PKR alongside of the fifth one as well. But fraggers, there are also top two fraggers that will each be receiving 20,000 and 10,000 PKR.
And just those added bonus for the top fraggers. Of course, we do have our suspects there. We did bring up comparisons between tops from Skyforce and it was Asak from RRQ. But I think top apparently has been leading the charts if you talk about the overall MVP. But however, if you talk about the number of limbs, that's where I guess Asak takes an edge. So RRQ, this is one of those teams that are in contention. But before we head in over to all of that, Torix, it is the schedule that we have to take a quick look at. Of course, we're going to start off with Sanhok, and we know how spicy Sanhok can get right from the very beginning.
Oh, definitely. Sanhok will be getting really spicy and juicy, in fact, for the teams, because they are definitely going to go those eliminations. And as it's the final day, teams will be willing out to take that early aggression start for themselves as well. So not only it's going to like increase 100-fold times, we might see some super early clashes, and I'm talking about the day number 2. Remember the Sanhok on the day number 2 as 7th element got eliminated. We might be seeing that kind of action with multiple teams maybe.
Oh, we certainly can, right? And you know, that's up for speculations for sure. But when you take a look at the overall leaders, we do know that A1 TMT did however take the lead yesterday. I think they've been quite consistent throughout this entire tournament. They have this rivalry built up within them and Horaa Esports. And I think they would want to settle it down for those final 2 games of Erangel that we have. But you're talking about VOIN Esports. They've shown a lot of consistency. RRQ not too far behind. But if you talk about consistency, then Team Ghost, they are synonymous with that. Skyforce definitely have bounced back. And the same goes for Boom Esports as well. So many of these contenders, you look at the table, even till the top 9th position, IHC, if they have a really good game today, you never know. They can stage a comeback.
Or they can definitely stage a comeback, as today is the day of, I still believe, the comebacks. You have to maintain your position, and if you're not able to, there will be certainly will be teams that will try to take you down. So far, top 4 has a great chance of getting still on the top number 1. If just one of their matches do go their way, and they have to just hold that fort at that point, from that point onward. But on the second page, we are also seeing some names, some known names that have not been given that kind of a performance this time around. For MERICAL Vibes, they're on the bottom of the page. NFT, they're right above them, 21 points, just a single point difference. 7th element with the 29 points. Rage, 31. Horaa, Deadeye's guys, 41 each. ARF, they still have 50. AGON X I8. Yesterday, it was a great day for them as well. They started to like make a somewhat of a comeback, and now they're on the hashtag number 11 with 55 to their name. But Alter Egos, they're one spot away from getting their name back on the first chart. 56 points so far for them as well. But it's the final day. Only 5 matches are remaining, and as the Sanhok will be progressing in a little while, oh my god, I can already imagine all of the bloodshed that's about to come.
Now, when it's about Sanhok, it's all about those early fights that we get to witness, right? Yeah. But we're talking about the overall leaders, and like discussed, Top is literally on top, and lives up to his name pretty much. But and a lot of viewers, in fact, a lot of new viewers must be wondering why, when Asak has more elims than him. And of course, as you know, the MVP formula that we do follow, we do give priority to those damage numbers. You've got survival time. Even Top does top it up, because for RRQ, I think Torix, you would also agree for a fact that this is one of those teams that bursts out like a glass cannon. They spot out people, they just go after them. They're always on the hunt, they're always on the lookout for teams, and they love indulging themselves in fight. I think one of the biggest examples, I'm pretty sure, is that final game of Erangel we had. The way they jumped up on everybody else, so that was funny. But even for VOIN, we're seeing a few players join step up, and that's really nice. But Nufeko, along with Asaki, he's also been one of those players that has really impressed me. But you talk about comparisons. Now, one thing that we would anticipate in the first game of Sanhok is undoubtedly that clash happening around the Camp Alpha region. And let me tell you, who has been always on the receiving side? It is Seventh Element, and they really need to watch out for that. And yesterday we saw T24 playing exceptionally well in that game of Miramar, hoping something similar today as well.
But there's still my question. I still have a question. Will we be seeing some car eliminations like we did on the first day and the second? Will
In
someone
Sanhok?
be taken away by a surprise in every match? I'm not just
Okay.
talking about Sanhok.
Alright.
There is still the chance in Sanhok because you don't usually see the cars. You don't
Uh-huh.
usually see like the players using the vehicles in Sanhok, but other maps
Yesterday it
because there are.
happened.
It happened. It definitely happened. The first day we saw action getting actioned by someone else as well.
Oh, that was absurd, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But coming back, giving the answer or my take on it, we did see in Sanhok, if you remember, AGON X, they've had a really good start yesterday. They took down 2 squads, and then right after, when they were kind of trying to rotate inside the circle, and the moment they took those vehicles, I was skeptical. I was like, this is not going to end
You
well.
called it.
And in the next moment, we kind of saw. Same went with RRQ. They kind of executed a longer rotation, went from the backlines, were trying to get in. So in Sanhok, yes, we've seen teams in the past, they've been doing that. We've seen even players use the scooter, for God's sake. And I mean, whatever is at their disposals, whatever gets in them inside a good position, I'm fine with it. But yes, like you said, I completely agree with you. We've been witnessing all those vehicular knockouts. We've seen people just driving over somebody else. But there have been instances where we've seen some really good sprays also coming in. I think I remember in that one game of Erangel, I think the last Erangel that we had, it was
Yes.
K9 from A1 TMT. That was
Oh,
a
that was
beautiful spray from that little shack. He just traced the marker, and suddenly one of the players, I think it was VOIN, who went down. But regardless,
VOIN.
we see
Yes.
we see those potential of these players, of what they can really achieve. I think it's all about just fighting with the demons in their head, and if they do that, they definitely can excel. But when you look at the narrative over here, we're talking about A1 TMT. Let's be honest, this is a team that was not on the radar of either you or me. I did not expect this team to be playing so well over here, but they have surpassed every single expectations. But now the nerves start hitting Torix. Now, can they hold on to it? Because you've got so many of the biggest stalwarts competing just right behind them. You've got VOIN, you've got RRQ, you've got so many other teams. You've got Skyforce, who's on the trail. You've got Boom Esports, who's been winning a lot of matches. So today's matches are going to be very important and crucial. So if they can hold on to their nerves, fair enough. But if they crumble, that's going to be a big fall.
That will be a big fall. And A1 TMT, remember the first day, they were not playing that good. Their comeback came on the second day. They started to get serious. They started to formulate some strategies and aggression against the teams, and slowly and steadily in all the 5 matches, they were consistent. Not only just consistent, they also managed to secure that top position after the 5 matches. But what will happen today? They still have a slight edge against the team, but it's just a 5 to 6 point difference. It's easily accessible for the other teams to make a comeback out of that as well. But remember the team that was on the first day that had the top position, Team VOIN. They were doing some good numbers as well, but it was not their day afterward. It was not their day, but still, there's still a chance. There are still chances that the team can make a comeback, and it all depends on the mindset. Because it's the final day, you need to have a clear mindset today,
Indeed.
at this point, because as soon as you start to waver, you will not be able to secure any more points, any more matches for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. But there are certain instances where I beg to differ slightly over there, because when you talk about a team like A1 TMT, let's be honest, Oryx, they haven't secured a single chicken dinner. but yet
Yeah.
they're on the tippity top. We remember some instances even in the first day. I kind of feel like they started off really well. That Sanhok, you could remember Hitman and K9. Those were some beautiful plays. They got those top threes. And the biggest hurdle, however, has always been in Erangel, right? Can they deal with
Yes.
Horaa? Because Horaa, they have been always on the chase. It's kind of that rivalry that's been brewing
Yeah.
up. And that indeed has also transferred to today's matches. If they can survive that, because Horaa, let's be honest, they're not playing to win over here. They're just going after anybody and everybody they spot out, and they've been trying to pick up fights. And usually, we've seen majority of the times they've been on the receiving end of things. So that's going to be a big target. But yes, I do accept and agree that RRQ, they were the this is the team that was on top. You've got VOIN. They have some exceptional Miramar good games, and we called it out. But today, I mean, pretty sure, Torix, you and I, we're not going to make any predictions. That's set in
No,
stone,
that-
right?
yeah,
Not
that's
calling
dumb.
anybody out.
No,
But
no.
yes, let's talk about the Pakistani teams over here, Torix. I think that is something also that we need to shed some light upon. Team
Yeah.
Ghost. Now, you talk about A1 TMT. I feel like they have kind of overshadowed Team Ghost because this is also one of those teams that has been quite consistent. And in fact, I would go on to say that chicken dinner they secured in Erangel yesterday was quite beautiful.
Oh, it was quite beautiful. And not only that, chicken dinner single-handedly made them secure that top positions for themselves, the top 4, top 5s. But this is their day. They ended with an aggressive stance, and today will be that day where they can actually take an aggressive stance once again against the team to intake, overshadow them at that point, make a pressure, build a pressure upon them. There is already the pressure from the yesterday matches, and if you are able to make sure that you hit hard on the first match, you might be that team that the players might get scared off in some of the next matches before they finally realize that no, we have to play seriously at that time. You have to put the first move, you have to take the initiative against the
Indeed.
team if you want something happening for yourself in your favor. But yes, A1 TMT, their performance is exceptional. Team of VOIN in the meanwhile, I think they have 2 winner chicken dinners so far in the whole scenario out of the 10 matches. Team RRQ, their first day was amazing, but the second day, oh my god, it was not good whatsoever for them. 1 chicken dinner for them as well. We saw that in the points table. But yes, Skyforce is also another name that really outperformed themselves in the yesterday matches. And what will happen today, how is teams gonna play, in fact, today is the bigger question. And as we deep down go into the Sanhok match, we will find our answers.
Oh, we certainly will. And it is a flight path trajectory. It does not matter where it is from, but
Yeah.
what we're looking at is at some turbulence around that shrine area just atop Camp Alpha. You've got 7th Element. You know, this is one of those teams that has made some really good plays yesterday. I think one of those Erangel plays again, Goku Bot being one of those players I'm really looking out for. But AGON IH, you know, second day was pretty good for them. However, the final game of Miramar did not go the way they really wanted. Kind of trying to force a fight against Skyforce, and they had to fall right on their faces. And it was flat, and not even joking about it. But yes, we did get to see some beautiful moments yesterday. I think Team AGON I8 and DRS in the first Miramar, CRYPTO with a beautiful clutch. However, Gyante, you cannot forget, he also did take down 3 players. But now let's get into the game. You've got nobody competing against Skyforce, but 7th Element, they have also been left all by themselves. But look at AGON I8. They're surrounded by a couple of teams.
Yes, in total of 3 teams that have surrounded themselves against Team AGON X I8. We have to see how they're going to actually take the initiative. Who's actually going to take the initiative? Because otherwise than that, look at the boot camp. Look at the Paradise. It's not contested whatsoever. Even Pinon, it's not contested. But long-range fights happening. A1 TMT taking that first blood. There is Team Deadeye's guys against Team AGON X I8 as AGON X I8 joins this match with just a 3-man squad. They takes 1 down, but one of their players has also been taken away. Second one on the way. Maybe Tavuta so far did the damage, but no luck on the knockouts. No luck on some more confirmations, but Team AGON, in the meanwhile, they will be giving out that revival to their teams, and back to the 3-man they go. It will be an equilibrium fight against the Team Deadeye's guys.
Indeed. But, Agon X just coming with 3 players, that's kind of a little surprising. The push does come out as 7th element. Like anticipated, again,
No.
IHC, they're just hunting. They're mad right now. They want blood and they want to pick up some early points. But look at Agon I, they're being surrounded at this point. However, look at Losser. In fact, Losser, he's been a little far from his team. I think trying to maybe take down anybody who's kind of going on a flank, but Agon I, they have to be on a high alert mode because VOIN Esports, look at them, just like hounds and hyenas, just trying to surround them. But yeah, I'm kind of forced into thinking, where on earth is Cheesecake? Because it was an important day for them, and coming with 3 players when you know you've got 2 teams around you, these are not the odds that I really like about Agon I. But A1 TMT, they've also come in with just 3 players at this point. A fight against Alter Ego, and Badru goes falling down.
Oh, beautiful fire, Hitman, from your side. Team Alter Egos. One player from Alter Egos gets taken down by this, in fact, a player. But Agon X I8, if we are talking about them again, they're waiting out for the opportunity. Let me tell you, Fixes, Agon sometimes plays better under the pressure, and maybe that's what they want to do in today's matches. They want to make sure that they're under pressured and take the fight with that. But A1 TMT taking fight once again. 004, 007 is back to the lobby, leaving.
Alright, the fight has already begun, and we will have Torix with us in just a wee while. As Agon I8, they've lost out on players. It is just going to be Falak who's the last man surviving, as VOIN Esports and DEADEYES guys, well, they are trying to press in. Falak's position already well known, the players of VOIN and DEADEYES both, as he is screaming, yearning for help, but he's all by himself and he's got nowhere to run or hide. But now, as the dust settles, I think DEADEYES guys would want to fight it out against VOIN Esports. Now, for all the viewers, let's keep this in context over here. VOIN Esports, they're the runners right now. They have been chasing. They need those points because they do have one of the highest chances of taking home the crown. But at this point, they need to secure a few finishes because we know the point structure favors the brave, favors the mighty. Whoever gets the more eliminations, they are the ones who eventually turn out as victors. As we talk about things, we've got Team NFT. I think they've got a different rivalry going on with Team GHOOST, if I'm not wrong. Even yesterday around Miramar, we did see them taking that early fight, just dropping on them and trying to wipe them out. And we've been looking at Team GHOOST getting some momentum in the first day. However, in that Miramar game, the final Miramar, they could not really keep it up. But as things dictate, we've got the entire squad of Team VOIN trying to make a push. But this is where Claw has to play a really good role. But Precious comes out of nowhere, gets a knock and a 2. And suddenly, VOIN, they're caught with their pants down right out in the very open. And this is a huge, huge loss for this particular squad. As Falak, he realizes this is the golden hour. This is the time where he needs to capitalize on the situation. Just trying to bob and weave, take a jump, maybe get a flick with that DBS. However, not succeeding. Still trying to get a lot bold over there. Still does manage to secure a knock. And he will be stabbing in the hearts of the players of DES. Falak, this young lad, definitely carrying on the legacy of King Crypto over here, as has secured 2 finishes already against all odds. And now it has come down to a 1v1v1 between these 3 teams, as now Claw getting spotted out in the open. He goes falling down, and PRMN and Falak finally remain. Falak, of course, he has all the chance in the world to heal himself up, administer that first hit. And if the viewers are wondering why I'm babbling and where Storix is going to join us pretty soon, so be rest assured. But for the moment, it is going to be my show. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we appreciated what Agon X Falak did over here. That was some really nice presence of mind, I must say. In such adverse situations, this young lad, even without Cheesecake, those call-outs, the decision-making has been absolutely on point. But But when we head on to the other fights that's broken out over here, we've got Boom Esports. You know, this was one of those teams that did manage to get a chicken yesterday in Sanhok, but seems like Ponbit is in a little bit of a kerfuffle. He's already been picked off. And Team Rage. Now, this is going to be interesting because they have really been lurking around in the bottom charts. And this is one of those moments where they can actually stage their comeback. But when you talk about the others in the mix over here, Team Boom, they have to be watchful because this is also a team that were in contention. But look at the players of Skyforce. Unlock. He's kind of trying to close in. Trollin is taking some massive amount of damage, and suddenly Team Rage realize this fight is not supposed to be theirs anymore. If they kind of overextend or if they are too much fixated on the players of Boom Esports, they might have to suffer because Skyforce, like we discussed, you know, they are breathing right under the nose of Team Boom. As Boom decide to respond back, it is going to be Yummy May. He's also one of those players who's made himself quite remarkable in the overall fraggers list, as the Molo goes out to maybe flush out Zibian, and I believe Torix is back with us.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen, but yes, I am back once again, but the fights are not stopping whether I go or not. But Team Rage on the receiving end of the team at T2K. Just to look at that, back-to-back elimination on two of the Team Rage's player. Third gets taken down by Team Boom. Boom so far has a single elimination, but Yummy May needs to be revived. Yummy May needs to be rescued at that time. So far, one elimination. Team Boom, Fly Boys, super alone that HP because Skyforce is in the close vicinity as well. The fight can definitely happen at any time, at any moment for these players. But Skyforce, unluck, he gets his luck by taking away the luck of the Team Boom so far. Flyboy is on his knees. T2K Rig from the backside can also enter out that vicinity, taking that elimination on maybe Flyboy. Some damage was dealt it and trying to like steal that elimination out, but Unluck is not gonna let that happen. Unluck, that elimination will definitely go to you, but before that, the player gets the hand of the revival.
Oh, he certainly does, but they're not out of the woods yet, as Unluck, he's just come in, and we're seeing some new players show up for Skyforce. Now, this is going to be interesting how they kind of synergize with Action and Tops, two regulars we've seen. And for now, Skyforce, they are the hunting dogs over here. They have been just all over the map. You know, we have seen them take a lot of those fights and excel at them. And this is one of those teams that maybe does not really care about position points. They know that in this points standings that we have, I think going elims heavy is the way to go. But for now, you know, T2K Esports, they've also entered the fray. Now, this has been one of those teams that also loves taking fight. We've seen some instances from True Love yesterday, and this player, we've seen him from a long time. And this team, in fact, is quite legendary if you talk about teams in Nepal, right? Right from the very beginning of the Nepal esports inception, they've been there, and a couple of others are also into the mix. But as the circle goes on, we really haven't gotten the time to discuss about how the zone has really favored. So it's around Painan and Quarry. We've got certain teams. We've got A1 TMT. Now, this is something I anticipated as well, right? They would be under heavy trouble, but still, somehow, they've kind of made it to the center. But Horaa, they're right on their tails.
Oh, they're definitely right on their tails, and they're waiting out for the opportunity. In fact, I think, team is waiting for that juicy opening, the opportunity that they might have against a team. The grenades so far are being thrown by Love once again. Who will be loved by this grenade is the bigger question. Once again, he tries his best, but to no avail. Now he goes away. Just 3 grenades left, I think, on Love's side. But in fact, no grenade left on Love's side. He's out of the grenades, but no, he's not out of the woods. In fact, Love gets a face-to-face head-on against the Team Rage, whereas he takes some damage from the backside. Unluck says, have a luck for you, and takes the last player of the Team Rage down. Team Rage is out of the match on the hashtag number 16, leaving us with only 15 more teams. And just look at the numbers, the immense number that is still roaming around in this map.
Oh, there you go. T2K Esports getting a little on the face of things. And this is what I was kind of concerned about it might just come back haunting them. As Boom Esports, they realize this is the time to strike. The iron is hot. Rig is already down on his knees, and we know Yummy May, he's one of those players that can really change the tides of the battles. As Boom Esports, having not lost even a single player, they've secured 2 finishes already. And look at True Love. I think he's also been snuffed out, and Boom Esports knows exactly where he is, of course, on the backlines, on the higher ground, trying to provide cover fire. Now, for Boom Esports, if they can somehow manage to take down Jane, then maybe the potential chances of going for the push. And look at Frenzy's got the QBZ, beautiful control of recoil, but T2K, they decide they do not want to shy down. In fact, they go head on, trying to take a fight. As Yummy May, he's been knocked down, and suddenly Suyok, let's see what can he pull off over here. He's got 2 players right in front of him, and he has to take the fight. T2K Love, look at him, Frenzy and Ponbit, however, being taken down. Yummy May also biting the dust over here. As T2K, they bring in the heat, and that's lovely what we're witnessing from their side.
Oh, it is lovely what they're bringing to the table right now. But once again, the Giants are back against each other that we saw at the start of this fight. T2K versus Boom. It's finally going to happen. Back-to-back fire. The consistent spray, the random fire that the player did from the Team Boom side did manage to not only just deal a lot of damage, but also take 1 player down. But it was not enough because Team T2K had other plans, and they took away Team Boom with that DBS. Now another team is back to the lobby that they go. Team R9 also taking the fight in the midst of every single fight that we are witnessing. 4MV also has a player knocked out in the fights. T2K so far trying to be spotted by Team Sky, in fact Team Horaa at that time, but to no avail that they can spot out the players that far ahead, that far in the vicinity of the Sanhok. There's already too much grass. You cannot see what's in front of you. You cannot see what's underneath you, and that is one of the reasons you get bit by the snake.
Yeah, indeed. The tall grass is really not helping the players who kind of become the victims. But on the other side, I think the ones who kind of camouflage themselves with the nature, I think they have been biting people off, and that really hurts. But
what?
Aiming, yeah, we've seen this, and they want to get on top. We've seen this also happen across the other regions also. You just have to make sure you do it right, because this gives you a lot of positional advantage. But you know, on the bigger perspective, if you look at how the circle has been panning out, now we see that it's going to be a hybrid circle, and Painan, of course, being the center of it. But as history dictates, Torix, we also know that the circle does not really end around inside of Painan. However, it kind of goes around it, and I kind of like RRQ's position in this moment. Even the likes of DRS, I think they're at the right spot, and if my predictions are correct, it might go a little down south, and that would massively favor them, because DRS, this is also one of those teams that are in the race, and if they can get a good start to the day, you never know, they might enter the top 3 pretty soon.
Oh, they might enter the top 3 pretty soon, but I was still amazed by the fact that the buggy has a magnetic power with the rocks or something like that, that it was not moving whatsoever. It was not wavering. And Delta now on top of this hill. He is the king of the hill for right now with the buggy on his disposal. But talking about some other teams, we are also seeing Team NFT with the 3-man squad that they joined in this match. What's up with the 3-man squad that we are seeing? A1 has a 3-man, AGON had a 3-man squad, and even now Team NFT has also joined this match with a trio. And it's not gonna help you. It's the final day, whereas you need that aggression, you need that manpower at your disposal, at your arsenal, to get more elimination, more position points. You're not bringing that proper manpower out in the open against the teams. So far, R9 also has received a lot of damage. They have received some casualty because one of their player is also down. But look at Team A1 TMG. They do not want to back down whatsoever. 7th Element with the Team VOIN as well, taking some shots, taking some initiative. And Team VOIN, as 7th Element gets the final player down, they're out of the match.
You know, this is not where the trouble ends, right? For A1 TMT, sure, they're getting those 4 eliminations. But when you take a look at where they are, at the map feed, they are surrounded by a lot of teams who are on the hunt. And it could be Horaa, but for now, Horaa, they have different troubles of their own, but easily snuffing out the players of ARF. One of them already down and out, and it all rests on 001, who seems to have no business anymore in that fight. But Ghost, that was an amazing spray coming from his side. No, Faker could not even react. And again, we come back to the good old discussion. Do you take vehicles in Sanhok? Because such a scenario can exist. But for now, you know, Ghost, this is one of those teams that obviously are one of the favorites to win this entire thing. But yes, they need to find some points. And look at MERICAL vibes. They're kind of slowly breaching in through the Painan area. And it's going to be interesting as to, you know, how they go out of here. Because the circle is kind of little up north. And IHC, they might have a little smirk on their face.
They will have a smirk on their face, but we saw Team A1 TMT super close to, I do believe so. I think that's a trio NFT's team, so it is possible that they will be taking the fight. But R9 is also coming from the backside. RRQ taking fight with Team Horaa. Horaa gets an elimination. Horaa Esports out of the match on the hashtag number 13. There are still 4 more teams that will not be getting a single position point for themselves. But R9, what is going up with you? One player gets taken down. 001 gets eliminated, and with this, Team ARF also bites the dust from this lobby. RRQ so far is out of the match, like out of the circle. In fact, not out of the match. What am I saying? But Babe Luck waiting out for the opportunity that he can take on against the Team A1 TMT. But back-to-back eliminations, back-to-back confirms on many of the teams. A moment ago, we were on 12 teams. Now 2 teams have left this match, AGON being one of them, and the other one was Team Horaa. 10 teams in total are remaining, and the fights are not backing off.
Oh, they certainly are not. And it's just going to increase tenfold intensity, the pressure, and the hunger of the players clearly visible as Team Ghost trying to rotate through for MERICAL vibes, trying to make their lives hell. They've got nothing to lose. And we did talk about a lot of teams trying to unleash themselves, one of which could be NFT, because look at them, 2 finishes already. But
no.
Team Ghost, they were prepared and they get their sweet revenge. They've constantly been causing menace. And for now, Team Ghost having a little bit of a high ground advantage. Of course, players of A1 TMT would want to go for the push, but nobody anticipated Hitman around those corners. He sure is going to fall, but will ensure that he takes one with him.
Oh my god, not only he took a knock against the team R9, but also confirmed that elimination. Sinister now with the 1v1 against Noki. It is S12K versus S12K. Who's S12K will hit? It is the name of the Team A1 TMT. R9 is out of the match. The circle damage is going to be immense. You cannot survive. You have to get out of here. You have to leave this position now, but Sinister is not going to be able to leave that out. 001 gets taken down, but so is the last man of the Team A1 TMT. Sinister out with the bang, taking a knock while going out. IHC now trying to take on the Team RRQ. Knocks have been done. Eliminations are coming their way. 7th element in the meanwhile against the Team 4MV. Also bites the dust, gets out of this match. Kekai. Oh, look at this. 4MV now have 4 eliminations to their name as well. But in this match, so far, even if they get the winner of a chicken dinner, they're only going to be able to maybe secure those top 12, top 10 positions.
Oh, they certainly will. But I'm really liking how MERICAL vibes have upped the gears over here. But INC, like I discussed, right? The circle really did favor them, but does not matter if you've got a player like Action just peppering you down with those bullets, and that is death and destruction. Skyforce, just look at them, still having a couple of players alive. In fact, all 4 of them still alive. They want to make it inside the zone. Godless and Abiliamo, these 2 players still alive, having that high ground. They've got some areas to play around, but seems like one of their players is going for the revive. Love, somehow he's alive. He's got a lot of first aids to work with. He's focusing on getting those position points. I mean, that does matter, but as a matter of fact, you've got IHC on the climb. You've got MERICAL vibes, a team that has been kind of right at the bottom. They've been doing pretty well, and there you have it. Skyforce, one of those teams in the best contention, trying to force these fights. It is going to get also exciting.
It is getting exciting. It is getting super aggressive for the teams. Abel, super low. He's the only guy that's surviving for the team. And for him to like actually make a difference, he has to be really careful on what he's about to do, what he's going to do for the team. Abel is the only one that is out in the compound waiting out for the opportunity, but 4MV Apex gets unlocked down. So far, Unluck's luck have been taken away. Action entering out the vicinity, taking the fight against the team IHC. It's over for them. Last guy, it was Abel, and Abel is out of the match, leaving us with only top 3 teams. Skyforce also on the receiving edge as the final player of the team, Skyforce, is back here. He's waiting out. Action is there on the other side. In fact, there is another guy of the team Skyforce. So it was a 4v4 fight, but now it is a 2 versus 4. Baron gets another one taken away. Kanob is out. But the last man, the last guy of the team Skyforce, it's up to him. But 11 first aid still on Love's side. He is going straight on the maybe hashtag number 2 if the Skyforce gets on the rushing side.
And a little bit of a reset there for Skyforce. Of course, they've lost out on majority of their numbers and they're helpless. But yeah, you talk about for MERICAL vibes, they've been the cunning ones. They knew when they had to make those movements. But Action having that little high ground advantage now for MERICAL vibes. Really need to see this through. Very careful, Apex. Having already been spotted, yes, position compromise, and from the sidelines, it's going to be Doc who presses the nail, and there you have it. It all rests on Unlock as the forces for MERICAL vibes are going to be pushing in through Unlock, not having the best of HPs. Apex is not going to spare him, showing no mercy, but T2K, in fact, true love, if not in terms of getting all his players together inside the circle, has managed to do a lot of heavy lifting. 5 eliminations for this lad and has taken his team up to the 2nd position. So T2K Esports already having a good start today, but for MERICAL vibes, they made a couple of changes in their roster and seems like they are back with a chicken.
They are back on the track, starting right away with a winner chicken dinner. Love desperately trying to get in the circle, but he's 150 meters away. He's gonna get eliminated by that circle. And for MERICAL vibes, a beautiful start. A beautiful start for them, a beautiful winner chicken dinner with 9 elimination. That means 19 points in a single match that they have managed to secure for themselves. But there are still 4 more matches that you still have to play consistently if you still want those final moments to be for you.
Oh yes, you certainly want to. And for MERICAL vibes, we did talk about teams that were on the very bottom yesterday, that they will be going big, they will be going all out. But you could see few changes being made in the roster, and the impact is visible right off the get-go. Now, you talk about how they really rotated through. It was pretty simple, right? They were holding on to Painan, did not have a lot of disturbance over there. They were kind of pretty standard. But once the circle kind of went up north, I really felt like this was an IHC's chicken dinner. But Skyforce has been one of those teams that has been all over the place, right? They've been constantly forcing fights. They've been taking battles at all fronts, and even a good start for them. Now, when you look at Skyforce, I think they were placed around 5th or the 6th spot, but this game is certainly going to help them to amass quite a couple of points. Now, when you talk about the overall leaders, the ones that are on top, A1 TMT, yes, there were some signs where they had a couple of good moments. I think that one fight against T2K, they got a couple of elims to their name, but that was pretty much it. And I was kind of surprised. They're at the top spot, and coming into the game with just 3 players puts them in a position where they might really lose out on that first position. And even same can be said for AGON X. We saw them also come in with 3 players. I think Cheesecake was the one who was missing. However, Falak pulled out a clutch of his life. The kind of confidence, the cojones this lad has was impeccable.
Oh, it was impeccable. And the confidence is the main key. I still believe today is the day of the confident, and if you don't have the confidence, if you do not know for sure that your gunpowder will work out, it will not work out. Let me tell you, you need to have faith in yourself. You need to make sure that whatever you do, whichever gun you use it with the complete faith that you are going to get that elimination against the team, whether he has a DBS, whether he has a shotgun or not. Even if you're gonna get faced with the wrath of the shotguns, yes, do still go out while making a bang for yourself. But the first match is done and dusted. It is the only Sanhok that was ever going to be played in each day. The first day it was Sanhok, the second match, the second day, first match it was Sanhok, and the third day, the final day today, the Sanhok has been done and dusted. Now it's about time for the main dishes, the main courses, the Erangels, the Miramar, the ridges, the covers, the rocks, and even the paper cars that will be getting a burst down, or maybe someone who will be getting rammed up by that cars.
You know, I loved it how you just built this narrative around delicacies, right? We did have the appetizers. It was Sanhok. It's sometimes tricky. You like it, maybe you dislike it, but of course, the main course has to be delicious. And of course, heading on, we've got Erangels and Miramars coming up. But yeah, this was a tricky hurdle. A lot of teams have gotten beyond it. For especially the ones in contention, I really liked how Skyforce played this one. And this is going to help them a lot when the overall standings do pop up. But for the ones that we really thought should be, you know, having a good start, we did not get to see that from AGON X. Yeah, Falak did have his moments, but coming in with just 3 players, that did not help them in Sanhok when you have got DEADEYES guys and Team VOIN. But regardless, you know, even VOIN Esports just managed to get, what, 1 point out of this game, which for sure is going to start hurting them. And now we also need to take into consideration that for MERICAL Vibes, with the kind of changes they've made into the roster and the kind of an outlook we can expect from their side, they are going to be the mischievous ones in the lobby, right? Given the case, they will be playing as if they've no fear. And this is one of those teams that you need to watch out for. Could be dropping down on the favorites. But heading on to Erangel, we know what's coming. We know that in fact, 2 fights that will happen right from the get-go. One is 7th Element, could be in trouble. The other is, of course, that has been you know, happening since day 1 over here, is going to be Horaa taking on A1 TMT.
Oh, yes, definitely these are the 2 fights that you have to be really, really careful of. But there are the other factors that the teams might be changing their drop locations. They want to play it out safe, because this Sanhok was a complete safe side. Remember this, Fixes, because we were seeing on the stage number 3, I do believe it was 3, that there were 15 teams alive, 15 teams in still the match, and that's what made really Sanhok really more chaotic at the end moments, because there were so many teams, so many players are waiting out for that opportunity, that when the opportunity was presented to them, they could not even take it out, because as they were trying, there were other teams doing a third party, there was some fourth parties that we were witnessing, and back-to-back fights, back-to-back eliminations that were like happening. It all made things worse for each and every single one of the teams, whether they were on the top, whether they had the position for themselves or not. But yes, now is the time we go back to the basic and see the winner chicken dinner for MERICAL Vibes that got this one. 9 total elimination. Kikai and Apex alongside of Doc and Baron 4, 1, 2, and 2.
I'm still kind of wondering what happened to East over here, because you know, Doc and East is a duo that I was kind of loving when you know, for MERICAL Vibes were they at their very prime. Still one of the most aggressive teams in the entire Asian region. You know, they kind of strike fear to the hearts of the opponents. But like we did discuss about it, the MVP has to be True Love. He did those healings. He got his team to the 2nd position. He had those 5 finishes to his name. I think there were a lot of teams pushing on. I think one of the bigger fights was against Team Boom Esports. I think this was also one of those teams that kind of forced out a lot of things. But looking at top, 563 damage and not even a single elim confirmed. Yeah, you gotta feel a little bad about them. But yes, A1 TMT Sinister, he's always been there. One of those players goes old just as I am, and he's been there in the entire scenario. He's been dominating, and that's a nice assurance for all the fans from Bangladesh. But you take a look at the match summary, I'm pretty sure you're gonna talk about the total rescues, but it's okay. We can cut some slack because it's Sanhok, and we kind of witnessed how quickly all these fights erupted.
Yes, it was justable. It was justifying that the fights that were actually happening, there was no time for the teams to actually give out their revival for the players. But for Miracle Vibes, with 19 total points in this match, they're going to be on the top of the match ranking. After that, we are seeing the team T2K that manages to secure the hashtag number 2 with 6 total elimination to their point, 12 in total points that will be given out to them in this match. Skyforce have 11, 9 for the team IHC. A1 TMT did a really good performance even in this match as well with 9 total points. They will just be receiving a single placement, mean they were the one that got eliminated at hashtag number 8 or 7 respectively. But Deadeye's guys, after that, just 5 elimination, 5 total points, 4 total points for the team DRS, RRQ 4 points, 7th Element 3, Alter Egos 3, 3 for Ghost, Horaa, Agon. But Boom and NFT has managed to secure 2 points for themselves. But after that, Team Rage was the first team to get eliminated without even a single point, whether it's the position, whether it's the elimination for them. But VOIN and Team ARF has 1 elimination individually for themselves.
Now, at the bigger picture, I think A1 TMT just having those 9 points, Skyforce getting those 11. They had a fight. They were in contention with Team Boom Esports. Surely would be closing in on the distance and would be propelling themselves up top. However, IHC, this is also a team that was on the 9th position, and we did speculate that if they can average around 12 to 13 points a game, then they could also be one of those teams that could enter into the top 3. However, RRQ, just 4 points. Now, this is not something that they would like, but hey, they've just been playing like this. But the one team that has taken the biggest hit over here has to be VOIN Esports, just amassing 1 point. Now, this is where they really need to understand. Yes, they have 2 more Miramars to go. They've got their strong suits, but if they could convert these off maps into maybe get 6 to 7 points, they could have still been in a better spot. Not that they're in any worse, but yeah, I think a little bit of more points would have been highly appreciated.
More points would definitely be appreciated by the team and by the players as well, but they were not given the opportunity. They were not given the chance. But going to the overall standing, we are seeing the team A1 TMT still on the top. RRQ, in the meanwhile, they're on the 2nd position with 10 points difference now. The hashtag number 1 and 2 has a total of 10 points a difference made out for them. Team Ghost has 81, Team VOIN has 80 total points, and I do believe so Ghost has overtaken Team of VOIN at this point. Skyforce on the hashtag number 5, 79, 75 for T2K, IHC with the 70. So those 11 points definitely helped IHC to thrive for themselves and get that in total of 70 points. But Alter Ego Ares, Team AGON X, these are the 2 names that were before the first match on the first chart, but now they have been moved back on the 2nd.
Yeah, just being pushed a little bit, and understand why. Like, this was sort of anticipating MERICAL vibes, like we discussed. This one chicken, and who knows with the remainder of the 4 games, how far can this team push? Because I know this it takes it upon itself. Kind of rampages through the lobby and goes really high in terms of the finishes. The team definitely for. But Horaa is said, you've got 2 between teams. We've got A1 TMT fighting for the ultimate glow, fighting for victory. But when you talk the counterpart where would be dropping down Yasnaya.
Definitely, the players, the way that they actually in fact played it was amazing. There's a good chance that the teams that will be playing the next some matches that will be doing some more aggression in the next few matches, we will be witnessing them with a great start. They might be doing somewhat of some opportunities might be presented to them, whereas the positions are what's going to matter. The circle is what's going to matter the most. And as the circle will progress, the teams, the chances that was provided to them is going to deplete. We cannot hope to see any more of those 15, 14 teams in 3rd or 4th circle. We need to have it stemmed down on some numbers that might be 8, maybe 7, maybe 9, because otherwise it's going to be so hard. It's going to be so hard for the players to like actually do anything, do something. But yes, once again, the first match was done and dusted. It was Sanhok. Second one is going to be Erangel, the one and only, the classical map that every other team knows. Every single team knows how to play. Their strategies, their positioning, they know it like the back of their hands.
Oh, they certainly do. Now, with Erangel, things get ever so juicy because, yeah, this is going to be one of the penultimate Erangels of this tournament, right? After that, we just have one more remaining, and we kind of know where the tournament is heading towards. The tone has been set. We know that these teams, few of them, for MERICAL vibes, certainly one of those teams I would want to watch out for. They've made a couple of changes, even for the likes of Skyforce. I think you did see they also went in for a couple of changes there, and the impact is straight on visible. So the Mongolians, they're definitely on the rise. The Bangladeshi team, A1 TMT, they need to get a fourth player because I don't fancy their chances if they're going up against Team Horaa and Yasnaya. And if you have that man advantage, regardless of how good A1 TMT has been over those days, but you know that the players of Team Horaa, they have been right from the inception of PUBG Mobile in this region, and they've got that experience, and just that extra one man could be one of those differences in that entire fight. So I hope they come with 4. But yes, T2K, this has been one of those teams that has been low-key under the radar, performing really well, has had a really good start. True Love, ever since he's been in the roster, he's been impressive, I must say. We've seen this player from a long time. I think I started watching him from 7 Seas, if I'm not wrong. I think that's where his journey began, and then he's just taken over the region. A very young lad. He's got a lot of potential. Very good prospect. Not even a prospect. I think he's already established himself to be one of the bigger forces. But yeah, for Pakistan, I think I really liked how Falak played in the previous game. Those moments of clutch. But hey, Torix, it's not going to be a 3-man show. It has to be a 4-man show because they have been pushed back to page number 2.
Oh, they have been pushed back once again to the page number 2. And if you want to secure that top positions, those first pages, this is the right moment. You need to have every single player at your arsenal to make sure that that's possible. Even though Team AGON did try to play really good, in the very end, they were taken away. The position, it's not going to matter that much. As long as you have like man advantage against the team, there is always a chance that you're gonna win it out. But moving to the second match, which is Erangel, we are going to see the plane line going from the hospital all the way to the Novorupnoy. Oh my god, it is a southern favored plane line, but where the circle will go. Yasnaya this time fixes is not accessible by the teams. Yasnaya is nowhere to be seen by the teams this time. They have to take the card. They have to take the clashes against each other. But yes, we might see some Georgia pool drops, we might see some Quarry drops, and at the same time, there is also the chance that there might be some teams, not just 1, but 2 to 3 different teams going to the Pochinki as well. But Novorupnoy and Military Base are what my eyes are settled upon. How many teams will be taking the drop? How many teams will be like trying to take that upper advantage for themselves? A1 TMT going to the Quarry, maybe the Primox area, but aside from that, I'm not seeing that much of a cluster at some early stages. Yes, IHC has a clash. Team R9, they're going to the Northern Islands, but whereas Team IHC, they decided to go towards the city, the northern side, like western side city of the Georgia pool. They are going to be contested with another name, with a new team that is going to bring destruction for both of them. But aside from that, I don't see anywhere that the players that might want to take the fight, yes, 4 MVs at the military base. AGON wanted to go there, but they decided that Fairy Pier will be their queue. So far, it's a complete dispersion for them. Sky Force going to the Nova Upnoy, whereas nobody's in the Nova Upnoy. Milta City is one of the areas where we usually see the fights, but the Circle is gonna make a huge load of difference for the teams. Not only because we saw like almost 80% of the teams going straight to the eastern side, but western side, in fact. But now they're going to be forced for the early rotations, for those early clashes that they did not want to take in the first place.
Oh, indeed. Now, this is a Circle that has thrown a curveball right off the very get-go, and kind of did not expect this to happen. But yeah, it's the final day, and we would love such changes because it brings in more intensity. These teams are going to be rotating, and they're going to have a little bit of a tough time in doing so. But Alter Ego, we didn't get to talk about them much because in the previous game, if my memory serves me right, they were kind of dealt with pretty early on. So that's one thing they could, work upon. But when you look at how the flight path trajectory has gone and how the Circle has been centered around Yasnaya, I think it's a golden opportunity for the players of A1 TMT and Horaa just to fight it out and maybe hold on to their horses and just let the zone simmer a little bit, play around, and then maybe make a move once the Circle shifts away from them.
So far, the teams that did straight up go to the eastern corners will be in the favor of the Circle. Aside from eastern circles. Aside from that, western areas are going to be heavily clustered, just because the team decided to take the early fight, early drops. But Octa taking they all down. And getting that first elimination right off the back, we are seeing some hospital fights. Who will be needing to go to the hospital is a bigger question. Abel trying to find Octa, but so far, Octa has a great cover for himself. But as soon as he gets into the UAZ, it's an open top. It's an open top, but we are seeing some bangs on the head from the bolt actions. That is an M24. Rosemary has outdone himself, given a beautiful, and I say it again, beautiful cover for his teammate.
That was unbelievable, to be honest. I'm falling short of words. I wish I could take a look at the highlights of that particular fight as to what really happened, because get an 8 times on an M24 and it's always such a delight to witness that in action. I'm pretty sure Godless would be surprised, taken aback a little bit, but for what it's worth, IHC still have the upper ground in this particular fight. They've got that extra man advantage. Alter Ego, they've taken a loss, unfortunately. But we both know that, Alter Ego has been one of those teams that has been constantly, pushing for fights. They've been playing really aggressive, and they're just waiting for a few more knocks. And once that happens, I'm pretty sure they would want to capitalize on that. But this time, Rosemary does not hit its mark, and it's nearly impossible to pull such a feat. But yeah, IHC already securing 2 finishes. They've lost out on Zol, but the number's still heavy. But Cordless, I must say, he needs to watch out.
He needs to watch out, but so far, Team IHC, they lost one of their players, but in return, they also did a heavy damage on Team Alter Egos. 2 players from Team Alter Egos is down on their knees and back into the lobby. The rest 2, Alva and Rosemary, are so far away. Alva on the eastern side of the hospital vicinity, but at the same time we are seeing Rosemary inside of that hospital with that M24 at his arsenal. It's going to be hard for this guy to actually use that M24 in the closer range, but Abel is trying to come for the fight, is trying to reach out on the players at an aggressive stance. And it's up to Alva to give out the back covers for the team. But Rosemary outdunning himself once again, taking 1 down. But there is a Molotov for the player. It gives time for Rosemary to get that reload done. But Alva takes Abel in the meanwhile. And once again, Team Alter Egos now having the upper edge. It is a 1v2. Alter Egos may even get that fight outdone for themselves as a victorious man. But Rosemary gets taken down. It's up to Alva. Once again, S12K on the rescue, but no, the DBS it was, and no matter what happens, the DBS whiffed, and IHC getting those 4 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, IHC, they realize, they understand the gravity of the situation, that, yeah, they have a title to defend, you know, the current reigning global champions, and they indeed are playing like one. I'm loving how they're kind of making those push with conviction. They know how to approach their fight, they know how to surround their enemies, but just when we are done talking, now, this is where things get a little exciting because you've got the players of Team Rage. Now, this has been one of those teams that has been kind of on and off, to be honest. Haven't really seen the splurge of consistency from their side, but now they could capitalize on the situation. The big question, however, is IHC aware of Rage really closing in on them? Now, having lost 2 players, certainly at a disadvantage, but you can never rule them out. With even 2 players alive, IHC is capable of performing wonders, of performing miracles. But Team Rage surely would want to just wait it out a little bit. Maybe wait for them to come out in the open. And Shera just giving his position away. Seems like IHC knows what's up.
Oh, they definitely know what's about to happen. Who they're up against at that time. Demo G waiting out. Godless also trying to hold out that fort for the team. But Team Rage, they want to make sure that this fight goes in their name. By 1 fire, 1 grenade takes 2 down off the Team Rage. The fight is back to a 2 versus 2. But Demo, no! You have to get into the cover, which you were not able to do that. But it is a 1 versus 1. It is a 1v1 because the rest of the Team Rage is down on their knees and they're waiting out for the confirmation. Godless versus Drawlin. It's going to be a hectic scenario for both of the players. Godless doing a wonder move, getting back into the hospital side and even taking that 3rd elimination. This is the 7th elimination that the team IHC has secured for themselves. It is a solo player, so Godless have to take that 1v1 fight against Drawlin, and if he does win it out, that's the 8th elimination that team IHC will be waiting out for them. But there's always a third party. There's always a bigger fish in the back, and that bigger fish has done some damage on the team IHC. But Drawlin gets eliminated before Godless is out in the open and taking more damage. And with this, not only Team IHC has managed to secure 2 teams all by themselves, now there's 2 less team in the lobby.
Look at who's marching. It is A1 TMT. This time, however, they did not head towards Yasnaya, which was kind of anticipated, but now they're just after Godless, who's barely surviving with a sliver of HP, has certain first aids, but not enough time before the push comes in. Has to be really careful though, but Sinister, just like a hungry hyena, pushes through. It is going to be Death Star that puts the final nail in the coffin and puts IHC 6 feet under. Still, IHC, regardless, they have a really good game, you know, secured 8 finish points, and I think they're going to be happy with the performance. But for now, what it's worth, the circle still centered around Yasnaya. Now, the big question over here is how does A1 TMT find a good position inside the circle? Now, you talk about AGON X, you could see Uzum right now joining up with the team. And now they kind of are in close contention with 7th Element. And that is one of those tips I really detest, because every single time somebody passes through it, usually the outcome hasn't ever been favorable for them. As IQ, he's just trying to draw them out, lure them out, and when the moment arrives, maybe take that fight. But a little bit more patience being shown from his side does not really help in the grand scheme of things, as Agon I8 losing out on Uzum. Of course, they had that information, but could not act accordingly.
Oh my god. The back-to-back fights. It's finally happening. AGON X I8 getting that upper hand against the team at 7th Element right now. 7th Element losing 2 of their players. That 3rd down to 4OP gets finished up. And with this fire, now it's the 4th one down as well. 7th Element is out of this match at an early pace. They only managed to secure 1 elimination, and that was against the team AGON X I8 as well. But now, No Fear versus Team Boom. There is a possibility that this fight can once again begin. DRS, 4MV, they're together in the closest vicinity as well, but the fight is not happening because they know the circle is about to come. The circle is about to take a shift, and if it does take a shift on them, it's going to be a hectic scenario. It's going to be so hard to deal with the circle. But they know where and how to get inside of that circle, so it's not going to matter that much. Already we have seen the circle has gone a hard eastern side shift. Fixes. He's still in the circle, but aside from that, the open areas of the shelter, the mansions, they are being contested by majority of the teams.
You know what? At this particular point, you've got the stunt area, which is of the utmost importance. And of course, Team ARF, they do not have a lot to lose, right? That's something that we're quite well aware of. But AGON I8 seems like they want to pick a fight against TRS. Now, we've been talking about this rivalry also blooming from quite some time, right? Gante, he's been dealt with one of those forces to be really reckoned with. So I'm kind of keen on to see as to how they perform in this one. But for now, AGON I8, look at the cavalry come in. DRS Delta has taken quite a hefty amount of damage. It's going to be XMPL from the backlines trying to maybe find somebody from AGON I8. But AGON I8 do understand what's going on. It is going to be King Crypto. In fact, knocking himself out. A little bit of a slip of fingers. And now things really go awry for AGON I8.
God, it's not gonna go good for the team AGON, but look at this, a beautiful comeback. DRS also losing a player. XMPL is out. Delta waiting out for the opportunity against Falak, but Falak a really quick thinking, getting out of the compound as soon as the Molotov hits the player. Two players together alongside of Delta. It's a 1v2 fight that they have to take, but where is Killer Whitey? How is Killer Whitey gonna make any difference in this fight from that kind of a distance? There's a third party coming, and that's Deadeye's guys. AGON now surrounded with a third party at their arsenal, at their disposal, but IQ's grenade is going to make short work of not just one, but two of the team. Deadeye's guys is player Delta also here. He can make a third party comeback at this moment, at this time, but Deep Pressure Third throwing a grenade. It will not hit the enemy, but it will hit their own teammate. What is going on? Last man standing. Deep Pressure Third taken down by Falaksan, and with this, and now AGON as a solo player, they have decided to take that 8th elimination to their name. But Delta is also cooking up some grenades. The grenades might also receive a heavy cluster damage on the team AGON side, but no, it's not any kind of connectivity. Delta also trying, but Falak's grenade once again. This guy do not misses his grenades up, and now there is a possibility that Falak can easily not just give out the revive to IQ, but also take this fight to their name.
Yeah, you know, that has to hurt the DRS in the grand scheme of things when AGON I8 were being pushed by two teams. The lads, the young lads, are definitely taking the beacon up ahead. And now they know that Killer, he's in the part of prey, definitely closing in. And oh my god, this changes absolutely everything. Now this one knock ensures that maybe Killer has to force this fight out, but flushed out in the open. Falak, he's got all the sweet time in the earth, but for IQ, he's kind of depleting really fast. No. So Falak has to be really careful with how he really wants to take this fight on. Needs to force that revive and needs to get it done instantly, because Delta, of course, he's also bleeding. So time is of the absolute essence, and how and in fact what decisions these two players make, that's going to be really crucial, as Killer Whitey right out in the open. Ooh. But still not whiffing out on those shots. He's prepared for whatever is going to come his way, but Falak realizes the idea is about to get Delta back on his feet, so grenades being thrown over at his direction. No. But Killer Whitey, he needs to go in for the finish. He needs to go in for the push, and that is exactly what he's up to as Delta goes falling down. But Aiku has also is being taken out.
No, Falak, you had the opportunity. You could have given out that revive. There was a lot of times, brother, but no, you took your sweet time, and that what costed the elimination of IQ. Now it is a 1v1 fight, and Team AGON, after this fight, will be heavily pushed back because of their man disadvantage, but the fights is not stopping. SF Unluck taking Apex down, confirming it up. So far, Falak also has a grenade on the Killer Whitey, which hits and gets the elimination. This is the 10th 10th elimination that the team AGON is going to receive for themselves, but at the cost of not one, but two of their players. It is a great start for a team AGON, but also a sad one because now they just have to survive the rest of the matches in the top 12 with just one player.
Yeah, indeed. At this point, you've got Skyforce. They've also lost out, like we said, but for AGON X, I mean, still a really good outing. They've got a lot of limbs to their name, so that's the sunny side. But for VOIN Esports, this is the team that has spotted out the players of Team VOIN Esports, and they're under heavy fire. But VOIN Esports, they sort of need to be a little watchful, Torix, because you've also got T2K right in the fray. But looking at the circle, it's taken an eastern shift, and VOIN right at the center of it. But if you talk about the teams that are in really good positions, has to be NFT Esports. But looking at Team Horaa, they're getting the job done. And A1 TMT, the numbers have already started to fall. 2 players already being dealt with. And A1 TMT, they are literally hurting at this moment. And, the tears, the blood, everything just spilled out. And Horaa Esports, they have that little bit of a glee laugh.
Oh, they are having the glee laugh for them, but boom, with the fight of the team ARF, some car eliminations on the way, and we are seeing Team Boom doing great wonders in this match. For MV in the meanwhile, things are looking grim for them as Baron and Kikali are going to be the only two hope for the team, but AGON taking fight with the team SF. Taking some initiative, getting some knocks and some elimination. Follux managed to get the 6th elimination out of the 11 that is secured for the teams, but now he has to get in the circle. He has to reach the circle, the position that he's going through. He's going to be facing a lot of wrath from different teams. The R9 Ghost waiting for the opportunity, but going at the wrong place because the enemy are on the backside. Jane waiting for the opportunity. He gets the knockdown. Nocky also coming, but getting another DBS shot on his face. Oh no, Team R9, and now with just a single player that they're surviving up, it's going to be hard for them to continue out this fight, but Sky Horaa on the sprays, on the crosshairs of the team AGON X I8. Another one gets down, confirmation on the way. Sky Horaa gets eliminated. Malik Horaa, the traces, the fire are being dealt on, but AGON X I8 this time were not able to get the knockout, and now so far they have to move away from this vicinity. In the meanwhile, Team R9 also confirming, getting their players confirmed by the team T2K, and it's a great start. I'd say it's a great start for the team T2K because look, all the 4 players are surviving and they have 3 eliminations to their name.
AGON X might just have for luck surviving, but this man's he's gone all guns blazing, right? And now Horaa could be next. Malik, he's under heavy fire. Falak comes out of his cover, takes that trunk support, but now he needs to close in with those grenades being flung over at his direction. Falak needs to be very calculative about the situation. Look at how he's playing on the front foot over there, not really shying away. He's the lonesome survivor. Still, Horaa having 2 of their players alive. Malik is just pressing upon him, and there you go. The run over comes in, and it is going to be Muffin Ninja. It was all a bait. It was all a ruse as Horaa Esports, I think they're getting some good work done out of that. But regardless, still an amazing outcome for AGON X, considering they got so many limbs to their name.
Oh yes, the eliminations were so much for Team AGON in this match. 12 total elimination, and with this they will definitely be reaching up for those upper positions, but how far up are they gonna go? We are down to the top 8 team that will be once again taking the fight. It's just top 20 players that are still remaining in the match. ARF near the water side, boom, trying to find out the players, instantly slamming their vehicles in a tree, but lucky enough they are not on a super fast pace, so the buggy is still intact, the player is still intact. No, not much of a damage has been dealt with, but for MV, for MERICAL Vibe, the last match winner chicken dinner team now struggling with just the 2-man squad that they are left with. T2K also taking some fights against the team Boom, so Yog has a very I'd say beautiful position at at his disposal, because not only he can look at many different areas, he can also straight up look at the top of the peak as well.
Oh, he certainly can. And I think there's no second guessing about that. But for T2K, all right. I'm really interested in picking a fight against RRQ. RRQ having notched down the aggression a little bit. I think they've been the ones a little bit watchful, but I really can't understand so many of these teams in the final day when they are in the race to maybe get the trophy are not playing with 3 men, and that has to be a little detrimental for them in the grand scheme of things. But for Team Horaa, we saw them. They did some good work on the players of A1 TMT. They've been wiped out, and after that, AGON X also had to meet the demise from these 2 players. Really smart, really cunning, but now they're making a longer rotation, and T2K, having spotted that out, having sensed it coming from far way home, as now there you have it, Jane. This was anticipated, this was ought to happen, as now Horaa having no other options. It is going to be Malik, the lonesome survivor, the lone wolf from his squad, all against the world.
Oh, he's up against the world right now, but Jane getting some Molotovs on his way. He still survives, but he has to get into the cover. He has to reach the cover right now at this point, as Malik Horaa is the final man. He's throwing some grenades. He's throwing everything at his disposal on the team. Every arsenal that he can ever think of, he's making sure that it might hit someone. It might get someone down, but it's not enough, because from the backside, there's another team that has managed to take down T2K's one player. Malik Horaa, this is your opportunity to shine. The grenade will make sure that Seyog's elimination goes to your name, and a second grenade incoming grenade. It will hit the player. It will take him down. T2K with this, they're out of the match. Malik Horaa single-handedly making a comeback with a 1v2, with 2 grenades at his disposal, at his arsenal. Those were the only 2 grenades that he had at a time, but there are still 7 more teams that are waiting out for the opportunity that they can get against all of the players.
Oh, they certainly can, but a little bit of an assistance coming in from RQ over there in that particular fight, and Horaa, they indeed welcome that. And now, let's see, as things dictate for MERICAL vibes, they've been quite consistent, but they're now in a really tough spot, you know, caught between a rock and a hard place. There you go, they have been eliminated. Of course, they had ARF from the backlines. You've got Team Boomy Spot just around the shores, just around those cliffy areas, as Babeluck, he wants to try his luck, maybe on Pawnbit this time, who's not at the best of HPs, but a little bit of an overextension, maybe from NFT, could go on hurting them, because, you know, you've got Yummy May. And, yeah, at this point, Wong Jamit, I really like his position as Pawnbit. He's been pressed not just from one direction, but 2. As a matter of fact, a lot of teams, in fact, RRQ, they have to get inside the circle. You could see the players of Team GHOOST now. They have also been snuffed out. Superman. The big question, however, is how far can he push himself? And seems like he goes down without any oxygen.
Oh, he goes down without any kind of oxygen. We are down to the top 5 teams that are taking the fight right now. Babeluck waiting at the same opportunity, at the same corner of the circle, taking Boom down with the bang as well. But what is RRQ doing? Getting out of the car, it costed you your own life. Asa 5k view. It was a wrong move, getting out of that moving car. But yes, now we are down to the top 3 teams. It is a 1 versus 1 versus 3. NFT did not even make a single move, and they have a 3-man squad right now. The winner chicken dinner is in their clutches, is in their grasp. They only started taking the fights at an early, later stages, at almost the end stages. But now with the DBS, he does the damage. He gets the Yummy May out. Babeluck have the 6th, I think it is the 6th elimination for the team, but 001, he's the last man standing. The position has been revealed. The player are here for the fight, and all the 3 positions have been cornered. He has been cornered, and he gets eliminated. Team NFT getting that beautiful winner chicken dinner of the match number 2. They did started really late taking those eliminations, but yes, it was all worth it, because in the end they now have somewhat 5, maybe 6 eliminations at their disposal, and a winner chicken dinner.
I mean, amazing show from NFT, but the big question still arises, is it a little too late? to get themselves on board. You know, they were at the very brink of the overall standings. But overall, this Erangel was a rather interesting take. We could see A1 TMT this time not dropping at Isnaya, rather taking a different drop. But this match, I would kind of conclude as being one of those matches where we saw a lot of those individual plays. You talk about the players from Team IHC, then followed up by, I think, AGON I8. We even saw a couple more. Even from Horaa, it was Malik towards the end, the way he played. So a lot of those flashy moments, a lot of those beautiful plays. And I think this kind of goes down to the fact that, yes, NFT might have won the chicken dinner, but I'm pretty sure there are a lot of the other teams, the likes of, like we just discussed a couple of seconds ago, that they might be getting a lot of points.
Oh, yes. But for right now, this was the end of the match number 2, and we will be going on a short break. But ladies and gentlemen, before we go, I really want to tell you that if you haven't liked the stream, make sure you do that. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and share the stream as much as you can with your friends as well, because this is the final day of the Crypto Invitational, and you don't want to miss out the action. Stay here, stay connected. We will be right back.
As the final 3 games remain, the intensity is getting ever so high. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Grand Finals Day number 3 of the Crypto Invitationals. Of course, I'm Fixes, joined along with Oryx. And what a game of Erangel has it been? Like, we did discuss about it, but let's talk about a little more in details. I think we got to start off with that early fight. I think IHC, they were just pushed upon not just by one, but 2 teams. And still, they somehow managed to survive that. And yeah, it was A1 TMT towards the end that sort of were the ones who kind of put them down. But I must say, they went off with a lot of points.
Oh yeah, they did went with a lot of points, but you cannot forget the fights, the rest of the fights as well, because after like the first two phases, there were a lot of fights back to back happening, and
Uh-huh.
I really want to talk about the Team Aegon fight on how they actually managed to like not only take one team down, the second one that came in between, they also took them down with them. They in fact even took down that team before taking the first team down. Initially, Aegon had the lower edge, the disadvantage against the fight because two of their players was taken out at that time. But with the last two players, IQ and Falak, the way that they actually like coordinated with each other, they like choreographed everything on the fight, the grenades, the throwables, it was amazing. But the winner chicken dinner still goes to the team NFT Esports. 3 elimination for Whiskey, 2 for Jamit, 2 for Luck, and 0 for Unselfish. But yes, the damage over there, it's definitely more than 1,000.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of unusual suspects are really coming out on top. I did not expect ARF also to perform so well. But Boom Esports, I think quite a little bit of a reprisal from their side because they did also manage to get around 6 finishes. They've got the third position in the overall this match standings. But yeah, I think moving on at the grand scheme of things, my entire attention is going to be at the overall top leaderboards. But this player, Falak, I mean, 7 finishes. He's been at the thick and thin of it all. Agon X, that was one of those fights where everything just went against them, and somehow they still managed to come out on top. Falak today, he's been impressive. And yeah, few questions. Crypto, a little bit of a slip of hand, and suddenly the fight just goes against them. Somehow they managed to get that back. And Killer and Falak, that was an interesting 1v1 situation out there. Talking about the top performers, yeah, Godless Falak, the usual suspects, but Whiskey and Ponbit stepping up, that is something I really admire.
Oh yes, Ponbet, Whiskey, they're stepping up once again. Some new names, some fresh names in the top performers. Yes, Falak has 7 eliminations altogether, all alone for his team with 1,000 damage. Godless is there with the 5. But the players that did not do that much of a damage, yes, they're still there, but oh my god, my jaw just dropped. Fixes, what
Yeah.
am I even
I saw
seeing
that.
today? Oh, my jaw even dropped. I even forgot what I was talking about at that time after seeing those rescue numbers. Just 8? Really? Just 8?
You know what? Maybe we should take you to the hospital instead, and I'll have to make sure that we've got enough security so that Team IHC does not come over there, because we know what will happen if that happens. But yeah, jokes apart, I think yeah, this was quite evident, and this is something that you're gonna expect more of, because hey, honestly, Todix, now we are gonna be approaching the final 3 games. Now, this is also one of those games that ended up quite early on. So yeah, that's what I'm kind of expecting from the other teams also. Yesterday's Miramar kind of ended around the 5th to 6th circle. So yeah, this was a quick Erangel and everybody just going after each other. A lot of these teams do realize the gravity of the situation, that yeah, few of them have already made peace with the fact that they're not going anywhere. But a few of those teams that are really feeling the pressure, one of which has to be A1 TMT, and this time just could amass 1 point, certainly slipping up from that top spot, I believe. But like we expected, Horaa Esports, Agon X getting 12 individually each. IHC also having a really decent game in this one, considering the fact that they were eliminated early on. But a lot of these teams have traveled a lot of distance, and the toppers, however, will be Team Ghost.
Oh, yes, so far Team Ghost is the toppers. The distance that they traveled is immense as well, 15,000 meters. That's 15 kilometers that they have traveled. But look at the use of grenade, smoke, or Molotov. 0 whatsoever. they did not even put a hand on those grenades or those smokes, even for the cover in any of the fights. But A1 TMT with 94 points at their disposal now, they're still on the top. RRQ now coming back close to the team A1 TMT, back on their hashtag number 1 with 89 points. Just a 5 points difference, and they will be back on the throne. Team Ghost 83 points to their name as well. Skyforce, and after this match, we are seeing them with 81. Same with the team T2K. Team VOIN has 80. IHC Esports. This match was really, I'd say, like the initial was good for them, 78 total points. Team Boom outperformed themselves, 76. But yes, Team AGON is back on the first chart, ladies and gentlemen, on the hashtag number 9. So far, they reside with 70 points.
But you know, the one team that has impressed me the most has to be Skyforce. They have constantly been picking up a lot of points, and look at them. Again, on the verge of staging a comeback over here. 81, not a lot of difference. I think just barely 13 points. So yeah, I think one good game for them, and they could have themselves in a better position. But once you take a look at the second half, DRS Gaming, they are kind of slipping down. Not the kind of fights that they would want to lose, honestly, given the mistakes that have been made. But yeah, few others. NFT spots finally taking a little bit of a bounce from the last spot there for MERICAL vibes. I mean, this game did not really change a lot of things. But if you talk about Team ARF, a little bit of a climb from their side as well. Alter Ego haven't in fact, did not have a good start in this one. Early on fight against IHC, and we could see the wrath of Godless. However, there were a few flashy moments. We could see Rosemary with those M24 shots. I think that was just something that I remember out of Alter Ego. Other than that,
yes.
I think it was all pretty much straightforward for IHC. Now, I'm kind of surprised that A1 TMT has still managed to somehow hold on to the lead that they have right now. But yeah, few more slip-ups and it could be gone. And considering the fact you've got some Miramar favorites over here, you've got the likes of Skyforce, VOIN coming into the fray. Now, this is where A1 TMT need to ensure that they have a consistent matchup in this.
Yes, they do need to make sure that the last 3 matches that they're actually gonna play, they play kind of like on the aggressive and at the same time on a safer side. They have to play it not passively aggressive but actively aggressive side, because both of these things are a complete different. You play passively aggressive, like you're gonna win that fight, you're gonna take it, but no, going on the straight up aggressive, no matter what team it is and no matter what player is in front of you, you go straight for that fight. And this is the mindset that you need right now, because it's only 3 more matches, and if you can't secure those points for yourself, then you're not gonna be on the top. Someone else is gonna claim that throne. You only have 3 more chances to make sure that you claim that throne for yourself. It's Miramar, then Erangel, and I think it's Miramar in the very end as well. I think there's 2 Miramar today still remaining.
Yeah, 2 Miramars and 1 Erangel. So yeah, this is going to be the penultimate Miramar. And we did talk about our favorites here, right? But we're open to surprises, because in this entire equation, now there've been so many variables with teams from the bottom order stepping it up, and we really do not know how they're going to react to a certain situation. One thing for sure, we know that A1 TMT, they've got a bounty on their head. They have always been chased by the players of Team Horaa, who apparently seem to be having a really good run of form, especially the way Killer played. In fact, Malik played for Horaa in that final situation. I think it was a fight against T2K, if I'm correct. And then RRQ also did a third party. But individually, Malik held on to himself absolutely well. But yesterday, I remember in the final game of Miramar, A1 TMT had a really good showdown. Now, what they were doing is they were just scavenging. Every single fight that was happening, they just went in, and whoever was the survivor, they went after them. And as a result of which, they did manage to collect a lot of points on which is kind of contrasting to how VOIN likes to play their Miramar. Yesterday, of course, they kind of were caught between Skyforce and I think for MERICAL vibes, if I'm not wrong. So had to kind of take a little bit of a beating over there. But regardless, if you look at the hot favorites, it is going to be Skyforce and VOIN. But Yeah, like we've discussed, I mean, we would be elated if we see somebody else also bagging a chicken.
Definitely, definitely. But yes, the way you described that third parties fight in Miramar, we don't usually see that kind of aggression in Miramar. This is the only place that I've seen it as the team takes the third parties, the fourth parties
Indeed.
at that particular vicinity. We usually see these kind of aggressions at Sanhok. We are more accustomed to it in Sanhok and not in the Miramar. And somewhat, yes, in the Erangel if the players are kind of close by. But Miramar, as it's so versatile, there's so many ridges and the mountain tops. We barely see that, and it was kind of refreshing to actually, in fact, see those fights, those third parties back to back happening. The players, the team, in fact, a single team that was everywhere throughout the match, throughout the map, that getting those eliminations, stealing those, in fact, eliminations as well. But yes, once again, it will be Miramar, guys. There are a total of 2 Miramar still remaining. This one might be of the one where the teams might test each other, might take some fights easily. But yes, after this, there's only going to be 2 more matches, Erangel and Miramar. And you have to be really, really, really careful of that. But this, match number 3, ladies and gentlemen, the plane line is on our screens.
Oh, it certainly is. And from here onwards, this is one of those flight path trajectories that we all do enjoy. At least, in fact, the teams would be enjoying. And for the ones who kind of head around El Azahar, it's going to be a little bit of a longer way, or maybe they kind of know where the vehicle spawns are. I'm pretty sure everybody does. But yeah, this is one of those games where I'm kind of anticipating some early fights breaking out. You're going to keep on witnessing less revives being given, because every single time there's been a knock, somebody, and in fact the entire horde just goes in for the push. Now RRQ, I shall be on them as well, because we've been seeing the way they've started off. Even in Erangel, they kind of made it to the very end, did kind of secure a couple of position points. But in the grand scheme of things, if you talk about this point structures, how it is laid out for them, they need a couple of more finishes. But we're not even finished talking, and we could see some fights already break out. Who's on the receiving end of it? I'm pretty sure it's Team Horaa, but they're up against another team, and who could they be?
Who could they be, and which team is against the team Sky Horaa right now? In fact, the Horaa right now is the bigger question, but we are still waiting out for the circle to be made. We are still waiting for the circle, where it will go, what the trajectory of the circle might be right now at this time. So a lot of factors coming into play, because it's Miramar. You need to have a car to get inside of that circle first and foremost. And many of the teams have not even decided to take that early fight against you. The Lakubredia is one of the places where the players are taking the fight near the water treatment. At the San Martin, we are also seeing some teams getting close to each other. DRS is there, there's Sky Force, and there's the team RRQ. But against Horaa, it's 7th Element that wants to take the fight. RRQ, I saw 5K Ryu so far, gone to the water treatment side. 001 is at the Hacienda's outskirts, waiting with the Vector. But Nefro, he does not have a single thing. But 7th Element, once again, getting back on them. Shamir has been taken away. The rest of the team is actually trying to come up to this team 7th Element. Horaa has an upper edge already, an upper advantage against the team 7th Element's player, because they only took 1 down. But Team Horaa has not even lost a single player for themselves.
There you go. There you go. 7th Element, they're not going to be spared, and have been done dirty as Team Horaa. They've gotten that momentum. They've gotten those 2 early limbs, and now it again rests on T24 and Alian. Yesterday also, if I'm not wrong, we got to see one of those fights emerge out. T24, however, was quite phenomenal. But now he's got his backs against the wall, fighting against every single odds as Alian trying to run for cover, but he was also mercilessly taken down. And oh my god, they're gonna make a Mickey out of them, as now T24, he's managed to take down Malik, so that's a plus. But now how far can he dig? And it's not gonna be too much, as 7th Element, they bite the dust with just 1 finish.
Oh, they bite the dust with just a single elimination to their name, and that is not another great start. This is not a good start for the team as seventh element as well. But yes, Sky Horaa, Team Horaa, in fact, in the meanwhile, they have an amazing start. This match, two teams have already been done and dusted, or maybe even joined with 17 teams. That is now down to the 16. But Alter Ego also on the receiving edge. Their fights are definitely happening. Deadeye's guys versus Alter Ego. It's happening as Alter Ego also retaliates back. Yet out, sir, gets taken down and confirmed at that time. Octa giving the revive on Rosemary, whereas the rest of the players of the team, Deadeye's guys, Nova right now, he's the only one that's trying to hold down the fort. Where the rest of the players, where's the rest of the team Alter Ego, and they're on top. I think in the back lines of the team, like on the front side, the mountain top. Deadeye's guys, Nova sir, he's the man, he's the last man that's surviving, and the team has already abandoned their players. It is a duo like split cell for the team, 2-2 man, and it's not gonna help them. It's not gonna help them anymore if they try to stay away from each other. It's only gonna hurt them more.
Yeah, it's gonna keep on continuing, and I think they will have to figure a way out to maybe get away from this. But you talk about the circle, kind of centered around Team Esports, and we've got a couple others just around. For MERICAL vibes, we've seen them have a decent start around Chumasera, but they've got to be a little watchful for A1 TMT. However, they could be in close contention to Alter Ego and Deadeye's guys. Now that's going to be interesting. But for AGON I8, they've made a quick early rotation from the Lost Leonis side. DRS, however, they're kind of rotating in through the graveyard area as Deadeye's guys seem to have spotted out the players of Alter Ego, but are not going to let loose of even a single bullet over there. They need to cross over the bridge. They need to get inside the zone. Talking about the circle, like we discussed, it's going to kind of maybe end around that Chumasera region, maybe towards the eastern side. Does have the potential to maybe take a shift around the Power Grid area, maybe even north of Picado, at the Picado Hills. And I am rather keen to see which teams kind of take control. So DRS being the first ones to kind of hold on to the high ground, but let's not forget that we still have Sky Force in the lobby. Dropping down at San Martin, they've never really left their drop, and this is one of those teams that we've seen in Miramar has got great potential to kind of get those wins.
Oh, they have a great potential to get the wins, and the potential is there. But will they be able to bring it forth, bring it on the upfront against the team is the bigger question, because the pressure is immense right now. The lobby pressure that is being dealt on the teams, it's already so immense. But finally, Cheesecake, aka Uzum, is back with his previous name. Crypto, Falak, IQ, and Uzum, the squad of the team AGON X I8 has joined this match. This is the third one. Only 16 teams are remaining so far. Nobody's gonna take the fight, I think, anymore, because it's just the first stage. 4 minutes still remaining before it closes down. The only team that might take the fight, that might have a contestation against each other, is the one that has their drop locations revealed out and that has multiple drop players. But Crypto, somewhat receiving a damage from a longer range, gets back, healed himself, and from what I can tell you, it is Team VOIN that has dealt the shot.
Oh, indeed. And look at DRS. They've really closed in on VOIN. They were sent around Picado trying to make a move, and now could be in a troublesome situation. DRS trying to get really aggressive over one of their players as he's fighting against the world. Will get picked off by Killer YT, but the trouble does not end over there. But a little scattered are the players of Team VOIN, could not provide cover fire in the right nick of time. But look at Kyante. He's got a different angle all to himself, and if VOIN aren't really careful about this, they might be hitting right on their faces. But Alter Ego, now they're on the chase right now. In fact, they're going for a hunt. I think it is against the players of MERICAL 5. We've got one of those players dropping right down on the lava, and yes, he gets picked off. So Alter Ego back to their aggressive ways as we get back to this particular fight. DRS looking nigh unstoppable over here.
Oh, they are looking unstoppable right now. But one, no. PRMN also gets taken away. Team VOIN are receiving a lot of damage. They are receiving so much casualties on them that the doctor is the only and only hope right now that the players can survive with. Doctor has to not only keep himself into the cover, but also for his team, he has to survive in a greater position than what he already is. 16 is not going to bring him any kind of points, but T2K, they're moving towards the team DRS slowly and steadily. 4MV taking the fight at the team NFT as well. Team NFT, I do believe after the last match, they have gained the confidence, and that's what's making them make a comeback. NFT, with that elimination against the team 4MV, now 4MV will be going back. But DRS, look at XMPL. He is in the car, and the player was driving the car away from the teams before he can even give out the revive. A wise move that that they do not want to stay out in the open, whereas they can be depicted from both sides, even three sides. There's always a chance in Miramar from yesterday's, after yesterday's, that there can be a third party against you.
Yeah, and you talk about the other forces. I think it's not good news for Team Skyforce as they're being hammered down. In fact, tapped to in with those bullets coming in from Superman, as Team Ghost seem to have a certain high ground advantage. And the misery for MERICAL vibes does continue, as previously it was Alter Ego. Now it is going to be the players of Team NFT. So now it's going to be exciting to see how they really see this through, as T2K, they come in, and this is again one of those fights repeating. Of course, DRS did have the final. In fact, it did get the better out of T2K in the previous game. That little, three-team showdown against AGON I8, who apparently right now a little safe and dandy. And beyond all expectations, I really thought this Miramar is going to start off with a shebang. So many of those fights, but for now, teams have understood that it's time to get serious. It's time to maybe play according to the zone, and that's exactly what they seem to be doing right now.
Oh, that's exactly what they're doing right now. And the majority of the teams are in fact doing that. Agon now knows that aggression is the key. There's only one way to win out the situation, get back on the positions that you want to get on, and that is a complete domination and an aggression in every single match. They're not backing away because of that. T2K waiting out for their opportunity, but the first circle, the first stage is about to end. Fixes. Where will it go? Where will the circle take the shift? There's so many teams, there's so many players waiting out for the circle to take a shift. And if it is a hard one, oh my god, it's going to bring chaos for many of the teams. We're already seeing a lot of teams in the center of the circle, the first one circle, in fact, but the stage 2 is going to make a lot of changes for that. The circle number 2, the radius, it's going to either break the teams or make the teams at that time. Horaa has the northern side favored out for them. Same with the team RRQ, but the circle goes to the shift of the southwestern side. Valle del Mar still in the circle, and if there was a team at the Valle del Mar, they would have been so much happier.
I think, like predicted, the circle kind of went around Chumacera, and we've got Team Boom Esports instantly gushing in, and they want to capitalize on the situation, hold on to the central grounds, and play accordingly. So Boom Esports, I think they're on a whole different mission altogether. But now NFT, you've got Alter Ego. Look at Alva, he's got in a different position. So we're seeing this happen quite often in the entire region, right? 3 players together, one of them around flank, pretty standard, nothing that kind of puts me off guard. But for now, NFT, they're having some nice confidence and still in their players, considering they did manage to get the previous chicken. Now looking a lot more confident, but they'll have to watch their 6 also, because in the Far Fray, I could spot out the players of Team Boom Esports inching in ever so close. But I think from what Boom Esports are trying to achieve is maybe hold on to the peripheries of the Chumacera lower grounds and play around this compound. And even if the circle goes away from Chumacera, I think they would have a rather easier means of escape.
They will have a easier way of escape, yes, that's for sure. But you have to make sure, you have to think of that factor that even if you escape, you're not going to secure any kind of points. You will only be securing those position, maybe even potentially, because wherever you go, there will always be another team waiting out for you. The lobby is that much intense. The lobby is that much higher right now. Team Boom taking the fight once again with the Team NFT. Finally, both of these teams are finally against each other, and the clash is about to begin. A Pawn Bit getting some damages, but Babe Luck's luck is not that high, is not that great, and one of the reasons that no knockout so far has been dealt on the Team Boom side. But Luck, you need to make sure now is the time that you change your position, get back to your team, because this is the moment, and if you get knocked out at this time, there will be nobody who can even give you the revival. The other teams, the rest 14 teams aside from the Team NFT, one of them is the Team Boom. Team Alter Ego is also in the closest vicinity, but this is just the second stage. The radius, I still believe, is kind of high, and 15 teams, it's going to be an easy task for them to like hold down those position, hold down those force, because Chumacera is in the circle. There was Minas del Valle, we saw Valle del Mar. And if the teams decide to go to the major cities like Montenuevo as well, it was also inside of that city. So there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of places that the teams can go and make sure that they hold down the positions. But DRS went close to the Team Boom, and as soon as they knew that the Team Boom was on their faces, they changed their trajectory back and came back at a safer spot.
Oh, indeed they did. And from here onwards, we didn't have noticed, right? DRS losing out on Gante pretty early on. I think it was T2K causing all that ruckus around there. But yeah, now DRS trying to kind of carve out an escape route, but Boom Esports do not want to let them go. But seems like DRS might be walking to their graves, because right across, I do spot out the players of Skyforce. And yeah, if they get that open angle, I'm pretty sure they're not going to show any sort of mercy. But DRS, to their utter happiness, they find some cover, find some safer grounds as Team Skyforce. Yes, they might have lost out on Unlock, but still, Action has found out 2 finishes to his name. But as things dictate, we could see the players of Team Horaa just around the southern areas of La Drilera, just around the high ground advantage that they're holding on to. But I really like A1 TMT's position on the southern hills of Chumacera around Menaste Valley. So now this is something that A1 TMT needed to do. Needed to find a little bit of those good positions, and towards the end, hit where it hurts to the other teams, because still right on the top and could potentially be the champions. But if they miss out on these couple of games, then maybe they would be feeling quite gutted.
Oh, yes, they need to make sure that their position, their location is not compromised by anyone, and they have the upper edge. AGON right now against the Team ARF, the damage has been dealt on the players, but Team AGON is the one that's on the receiving edge right now. Falak is on his knees, Uzam doing a lot of damage on 002, but will it be enough? Will it be enough? Because 004 in the back line gets taken down. 002 right with this has to change the position, but look at Crypto! Crypto is also down. The fight is actually on a 2 versus 2, but IQ has a grenade, a smoke in his hand. The trajectory we could have seen, but 001, will he get the confirmation? Will he get the finish? And that's a yes. Team ARF now has to push forward as Falak gets back on his feet. IQ gets taken down. Uzam needs to push with the DBS. He makes a connection. He does the damage on the player, and 002 with that same time gets taken down. 007 had the chance of actually finishing up IQ and making sure that Team AGON XI8 gets hurt, but AGON beautifully surviving, not just surviving, but making sure that none of their player gets eliminated in the fight. It is a 4 elimination for the Team AGON XI8 right with this fight against the Team ARF, in which none of the player was depleted out of their HP.
Yeah, this looks a little bit concerning for me. Yes, kudos to the players of AGON I8, but trying to get those smokes up there, trying to force that revive, that's good news. But yeah, this is what happens when you drop a couple of smokes, right? Teams know exactly where you could be and could be just pressed on by a couple of bullets, and if they connect, then that's bad news. But as the circle shifts towards the eastern side of Chumasera, you've got T2K in a really commanding position. Skyforce, they're coming in from the backlines from up top. You've got Team Coast, also them forcing those rotations. But it's not just about that. Team IHC could be knocking at the doors of Team DRS. The question, however, is DRS prepared for such an assault on them? As Horaa Esports, like discussed, right, they've gotten 4 finishes already. This was a fight against Team 7th Element, if I'm correct, and they managed to get those few couple of limbs to their name. But now they're heading on, which could be possibly their own graveyard, because IHC, they are already waiting, and Demo lights it up as Horaa is being dealt with.
Oh, one player of Horaa is knocked out, and that is Sky. No fear, there's been no fear whatsoever, is trying to avenge out his player, because they know at the end that the player cannot be rescued. But NFT from the backside, there we have it. There's a third party in the Miramar match that NFT is receiving right now. Boom. Also, still holding that position up against the players, but DRS is not going to make a move anytime soon. Mafia Ninja also waiting out. Godless has been spotted. The damage has been dealt, but the player gets into the cover at a good time, at a beautiful angle. Now, Mafia Ninja, as he is the final hope for the team, he has to do something. He has to think of something against the players.
Well, he certainly has to. He's got no other options. Yeah, and for IHC, at this point, you know, they've gotten that one finish, but losing out on Godless, that's not going to be good news. But look at that. Thunder Strikes and AGON I8, they have to run for their escape. They need to get into safer grounds as Crypto is trying to provide that cover fire. But it's going to be Sinister who's trying to just round about. And Crypto needs to play this absolutely safe, as AGON I8 still having that high ground advantage, but cannot really look down upon A1 TMT. Now, this has been a team that has constantly impressed us over the passing time, as AGON I8, having just lost out on Uzum, have 3 of their players still alive. Now, IQ, Follock, these two lads, they have been quite impressive throughout the day. But A1 TMT, Sinister, he's in a form of his own as IQ lights it up, takes down K9 in the process, opening up the fight as, again, Sinister goes falling down. However, Death Star getting that trade off, as now the numbers seem to have been equalized. Hitman coming right in front. The push is definitely on over there as shots are sprayed, and somehow he is gonna crouch toggle and he will get that finish. Follock, he's on a form of his own, and AGON I8, beyond all odds, somehow are making this possible.
Oh, they are making it possible. AGON X a while ago, they had all the man squad. They had a complete full squad at their arsenal, but now, in a blink of an eye, they're down to the last man's player. It is up to Follock once again to play out for his team, in which he does. He gets that elimination. It is, I do believe, a 1v4. Follock makes sure that all of the Team A1 TMT is out of the match. This is the 5th elimination, a solo for Follock, even in this match. Last match, he did 6 or I think 7 elimination, but this time around, he does 5. 9 total elimination for Team AGON X so far. It is a great start in this match. Even in this match, they are finally on the aggressive side. Team AGON making sure that every move that they put up with the elegance. T2K so far also waiting out for the opportunity inside of that circle for the teams to enter, to come at their disposal position, and then they're gonna take the shots. But DRS, we saw them a while ago. They were up against the Team Boom, but now they want to move away. Team IHC, will they let that happen? Will they have the upper edge against the Team DRS? The answer is going to be yes, because XMPL, look at the HP, look at the damage, and Zeol gets the nail in the coffin. XMPL gets eliminated, and DRS is down to, I do believe, a trio right now.
Yeah, they're not really happy about it, but what a play we get to see from Follock and IQ. You know, these two lads have been quite stellar. I'm pretty sure the fans from Pakistan would be elated especially knowing that the future of PUBG Mobile is in safe hands. You know, those flashy moments, those flashy plays. Of course, it was a team job, but Falak being a cut apart. But DRS taking a look at that, Killer Whitey and Delta, 2 players surviving. Of course, DRS, they've managed to get some early, a couple of Williams. They've got 4 to their names, but yeah, losing out on the numbers, and now not even having control over the circle makes things even worse. Considering the fact that KOD Esports, they will be gatekeeping. You've got the likes of NFT also on the higher grounds. Somehow teams like IHC and Horaa, they'll have to figure out a way to some kind of infiltrate inside the circle. As T2K Esports, they find themselves inside the zone. They've got a couple of compounds to work around with. But if you talk about a team that's at the really good position, has to be the players of Alter Ego.
Yes, Alter Ego, yes, they somewhat have a centralized position of the circle. There's not many teams in the close vicinity of them, but that's also a hardship that they have to face, because not only like it's going to be super calm right now. As soon as there's going to be a storm over there, as soon as someone's gonna storm at their particular position, they will never know like where the players are actually coming from. There can be multiple teams that might be aggressing on them. Boom, Frenzy raiding out at the same time, but the shots that he deals is going to give out his location. DRS, look at the knocks on the team DRS that's being dealt by the team RRQ. Frenzy wanted to try to get that elimination, but was not able to do that. Killer YD, I do believe, is the final and only hope for the team, which is outside of the circle right now. IHC closing to the Team Boom, in which case Team Boom retaliates with a single knockout, and Team IHC has been stopped in their track. But look at No Mercy Review getting another elimination on the Team DRS, and as Team DRS goes back to the lobby, we are down to the top 8 teams.
Yeah, I think this is something that we did speculate, right? It was going to be a really arduous path, and sadly, DRS just could not make it. But considering the fact that RRQ did get those limbs, now it gets even worse for them, because Skyforce, look at them, they're watching them, and they're at a better spot. They have that higher ground, and RRQ will have to be really patient. They cannot go aggressive like this. The moment they show up, you know Topsy's capable of annihilating the entire squad all by his lonesome. As Mercedes, he's being pushed at, as RRQ, 2 players come ramming in, knocking on their doors. Maybe RRQ knows that the numbers do not favor Skyforce, and they would want to capitalize on the situation, as Mercedes globs in one more grenade, as now the numbers start falling for RRQ, and it is going to be T2K who are doing the deeds, and that is from the backlines.
It is from the back lines, and T2K are definitely doing the deeds. Getting those eliminations, getting those knockouts on the Team RRQ side, but SF is somewhat in a slight tilt as well, because only 2 players from the Team SF are actually remaining right now, and these 2 players have to be the uttermost arsenal for their team. They have to survive, they have to stick together, they have to take the fight whatsoever they want to do for their team to actually thrive in this match. No Mercy Review throwing a grenade, it might hit the player, but in the meanwhile, 001, just look at that, he's down on his knees. Asa 5K and No Mercy are the only ones, the only players that were surviving, but T2K says otherwise, and it takes another one down. This match might go in the favor of the Team T2K because of their aggression, because of what they are doing right now against all of these teams, against all of these fights. They are taking the fights here, there, and everywhere. Love so far being shot at by Mercedes, but no luck, Mercedes, no luck whatsoever. You could not get the player knocked down, but look at No Mercy Review. Once a grenade, a Molotov comes in place, Team RRQ losing another player, and 001, that is also down. It's up to Asa 5K Review, as we already talked about, but Team SF, they're holding the position where Asa 5K Review is.
Oh yeah, certainly are. And Boom Esports, on the contrary, getting the better out of certain teams. RRQ, they're on the receiving end, and like you said, Asak, he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He needs to he needs to live, he needs to breathe in order to ensure that he at least gets a couple of points for his team, courtesy to those position points. But for Alter Ego, they still have 4 of their players surviving. They need to get inside the zone. T2K, they've rammed in right next to them, but Rig, he's fallen down. Love, he's there to revive him, but we know Alter Ego, this is one of those teams that does not show any sort of mercy. They want to press in, but they will also have to watch their 9, because right from their sidelines we've got a couple of teams who've also heard all that commotion. They want to be a part of it, but somehow T2K thankfully have revived up Rig, and Suyog, he's going to be a very crucial part of the puzzle, because he's the one who's trying to cover fire. He's going to be playing a rather sacrificial role, and if somehow Alter Ego can deal with the flank coming in, or in fact the backline support fire, I think they would be in a much better position to take this fight.
They might be in a better position, but it's all about the circle. Whosoever have the position of the circle is going to dominate in this fight. But Rosemary, as he's trying to come in close, oh, he was shot at by the T2K. That was a sudden, I'd say a heart attack that was given to the team Alter Egos at that time, that we are this close to you. We are this close to you, and you need to fall back right now. Okta still trying to take down Suyog, but the rest of the 3 players of the team T2K, they might push, they might aggress on the team Alter Ego side. The circle has came in on the players. They have to leave. They have to get out of there. 5K Ryu taking top down. Elimination on the top. But Yummy May taking Mercedes down. Somewhat a damage. And there we go. Another shot. And he's out of the match. Team SF losing their players on a top 4 position. We are down to the top 3. Rig gets taken down. Team once again. Boom. In this match, they're doing a wonderful job. They're doing a great job. But Rosemary, look at Team Boom taking the fight with the shots, taking 1 down. Team T2K as a third party can emerge in this, but Boom wants to think of something else and wants to focus so far on the Team T2K. So Yogg is half HP. Another grenade can make sure that the player gets taken down. This grenade is super crucial at that point, but Fredzy is also throwing some grenades. The grenades trajectory are also making their way, but Suyogg's grenade is going to make sure that Yummy May gets taken down. Back-to-back eliminations are on their way. Fredzy taking the fire in the close range, but no, he has been dealt with by Alva. And back-to-back, the 3 teams that are up against each other, nobody's backing down from the fight.
Nobody for sure. Everybody wants this win. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. But Boom Esports, they are going to benefit massively from all these matches, all this ruckus. And now they've got 2 players alive and still hounding out for a couple of more eliminations. Alter Ego come closing in. They want to be the ones taking advantage of this particular situation. Still have the best spot. Rosemary on the backlines trying to provide cover fire as Flyboy gets a knock onto Wiz Love. As now Alva, he spotted out Rig. And now the shots are being exchanged between these 2 players as they kind of try and change their positions as T2K go heavy on the players of Team Boom. And there you go. Just when we were talking, it is going to be Alter Ego who massively benefit from that altercation between T2K and Boom and somehow snatch the chicken dinner. But regardless, in the bigger perspective, Boom Esports will be quite happy with how they finished off. A couple of limbs, I think around 7 to 8, and getting a second position, in fact a third position in this one isn't too shabby, especially considering the fact that they are one of the runners for this entire championship.
Oh, yes, they are the runners for this entire championship, and 10 eliminations on the hashtag numbers 3 doesn't seem that bad. Doesn't seem that bad at all. T2K also doing a wonderful job actually getting those position points, that singular extra position point for themselves on the hashtag number 2 with 6 points on the positions. They're also going to have 6 elimination. Once again, we are seeing another team. T2K, I think, is the same team that we saw in the first match of the Sanhok, getting those 12 points. And even in this match, they're consistent. The third match, they're being consistent once again with the 12 points to their arsenal. But Alter Egos, the way that they snatched that winner chicken dinner from the mouth of the Team Boom and the Team T2K, it was phenomenal. They waited the right time at the right moment to make sure that their presence is also being heard upon by the team. The total of 7 eliminations was dealt by the players, and with the chicken dinner, it's going to make a total of 17 points for the team.
Yeah, it certainly will. And for Alter Ego, we kind of had noticed that, initially they were kind of in an altercation with T2K, Boom Esports. They were on the western side. But suddenly, as the zone shifted, as the zone kind of closed in, it was T2K and Boom fighting it out amongst each other. And Alter Ego, of course, we know that you've got a higher advantage. You've got two other teams fighting it out. You would, of course, be one of those teams to go out there and salvage as many points as you can. Not just they did get those points, but also the delicious chicken. But if you talk about the entire overall storyline that's being panned out now, Boom Esports, they make themselves to be present as at a very commanding position, because right from the day's beginning, and in fact from yesterday, we have seen them having some good runs. But VOIN Esports, now this is one of those names that kind of vanished. I could not figure out how they got picked off so early. They were around Picardo, they were doing really good. Even for the likes of Skyforce, they had a couple of good eliminations. I want to see how many points can they take out of this game for A1 TMT. However, they've been trying to play ever so safe. But let's see what kind of turbulence have we seen on the overall standings. But yeah, it was a really good game of Miramar. After this, only 2 matches remain. Just that last Erangel and that final Miramar.
Yes, only the Erangel and Miramar remains right now, and it's about time that the teams do get serious of their matches, of their performance at this time, because these are the only 2 matches that either gonna decide whether you're gonna stay on the top positions or you're gonna be taken away. Team VOIN in this match, they did not do that good, and I think it's not a great day for the Team VOIN, because even in the past few matches, they have not been performing. It's only going to get worse if they stay that way. They're only going to be taken away from those top 3-4 position that they were already on, and it's a matter of time that the other teams can clench their fists to get that position and throw you back on the hashtag number 8, maybe 9, or even on the second page. You have to step up your game. You have to step up your thinking, your mindset, your strategy at this point, and make sure that no matter what, you're the victorious one. Use the utilities, use the smokes, use the flashbangs to aggress upon the players. Do not blindly rush, no matter what happens. As soon as you're going to think of the blind rush, you're going to be in the crossfires of the player.
Yeah, I think this is where now the pressure starts taking over. A few of those teams that are, in fact, the front runners of this particular game. But yes, like we discussed, there were again those flashy moments where AGON I8 started off really big, and we're witnessing Falak and IQ, both of these players are playing extremely well under the pressure. But it's time for some numbers and figures. It is Alter Ego Esports, a decent amount of elims to their names, in fact 7. But that chicken dinner certainly is going to make them happy.
Yep, that chickener is definitely going to make them happy. But talking about the damage, look at Badru. 3 eliminations and 244 damage. This guy stole somebody's kill, and I think it is one of his teammates' elimination that he actually stole from. But Rosemary has 2 eliminations, and the damage is off the chart. 641, similar with their own other teammates. But this time around, once again, it is AGON X I8 Falak that's gonna have the most valuable player title. 5 eliminations, 832 damage, 0 assist, 4 knocks, and contribution of 55.6% for the team. Out of the 9 elimination that the team AGON X I8 had, Falak had 5 eliminations to his name.
Oh yes, he certainly did. And what a player he's been, right? You talk about Falak, you talk about IQ. It kind of takes you down to that fight against A1 TMT, how they held on to their nerves, how they reacted to the situation. Of course, they had lost out on Uzum pretty early on. CRYPTO did his part, but these 2 young lads, certainly prodigies that we have been talking about. Look at them, 8 elims to their name respectively. If you talk about the overall finishes that they have accumulated.
Yeah.
But for Team Boom Esports, it's going to be the usual suspect, Yummy May. He's been there. He's been dominating his own scene there. But Rosemary also not far behind in today's Erangel. We got some real juicy ball action shots from him. But yeah, this time 2 elims, but those damage numbers goes on to show how devastating this player can be.
Oh, he's going to be devastating in the rest of the matches as well, I can tell you that for sure. But 65 total elimination, ladies and gentlemen, with 8,185 healing done. Same number of knockouts. That is something good because every player that took the fight, their own player might have been knocked out, but they revived them. The elimination number and knockouts number are exactly the same. Throwable used are 271, airdrop looted are 3, headshots dealt at this time are a total of 9 with 17 rescues. And these 17 rescues are all from the fights, whereas the team won. Their players were knocked out. They gave out that revival on the players. But Rig has a 381 meters longest distance elimination for his team. T2K Rig will be that guy, but T2K in the meanwhile, they did really good in the match. They really outperformed themselves, I'd still say, because the way that they're actually executing every single thing, their elimination, their positions, and making sure that they do not get backstabbed from any of the side is an amazing start. But talking about match ranking, it's 17 points for Alter Ego, 15 for Boom, 12 for T2K once again, but Agon still has 10 points.
Oh yeah, this is something that we did touch upon, that they have been getting all those limbs to their names, and that's gonna ensure that they make it back to the first page once again. But if you talk about the teams that outperformed themselves, it's gonna be RRQ, NFT, A1, TMT, and T2K. If you talk about how much distance they covered, how much ground they had to themselves. For RRQ, they were kind of around the edges. We could see those fights breaking out and them trying to capitalize on the entire scene. A1 TMT, they made some drastic rotations also, but that fight against AGON I8, that was forced. And yeah, this time AGON I8, they were prepared. Did come down to a 1v1, but yeah, Falak had to clutch it out. NFT Esports, today was one of those days where they're having a really good time. But let's be honest, it's kind of too late for them to make a mark for themselves in the overall standings. But T2K, they're going to be happy. And look at that bounce. They've kind of made it to the top 3. Now, this is what we were talking about. Now, we've got A1 TMT somehow still holding to the top spot, but RRQ, they're breathing right down under the nose. And if that's not enough, then T2K and Boom Esports aren't far behind. Skyforce kind of yeah, they're still in the race, still in contention. The distance is the gap is not too much, but Team Ghost, they've been sort of rather silent today, don't you think?
They have been rather silent, and it's kind of a bad start, I'd say, for the Team Ghost, because they have to make their name known to the lobby. They were on the hashtag number 3, number 4, but now they have been drawn back on the hashtag number 6. On the second chart, we are seeing Team Raid, 7th Element, as the last bottom 2 contenders for Miracle Vibes, finally taking a head start, getting back up 44 points to their name. Deadeye's guys with 47 alongside of Team NFT. NFT at the same time, they did a really good job in these matches, but Alter Ego and DRS, these are the 2 names that I still believe fixes that can still make a huge difference for themselves, because 78 and 73 points are still viable, that you not only you can get onto the top page, the first page, but also on the top 5 positions. We already see that the top 5 positions have like 90 points, and then it's 80 and somewhat close to like almost at the end of the 70 lines.
I think the leash has been taken off. That's what we can perfectly summarize with this next matchup going to be the final Erangel of this tournament. And it's going to be quite nostalgic, to be honest, because after this, we would have one more. And like you discussed about teams that are on the second page still have a potential chance of making it to the top 5. But in order to do so, they'll have to go limbs heavy and also secure a decent position point. At least 15, 16 points per game should, I think, do the job. But now things are getting ever so intense, because A1 TMT, regardless of not having great games, still have somehow held on to the lead. But you've got the others catching up. And T2K, they've been such a revelation today, because we really did not have them in discussion, but now we've got to take them seriously, because they're not far behind. One more couple of good games, and I think in the next 2, if they manage to get around 10 points even, they could be the champions. But let's not forget RRQ. They're also in the mix of things. Boom Esports, Skyforce, as ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, it is going to be in Erangel, the final Erangel of this tournament, and the flight path trajectory quite straightforward, directly from Sivorni towards the Susnovka military base. Boy, oh boy, I would love myself a certain zone.
I would love that as well, going to the military base straight away. But yes, now this plane line has given enough time, I'd say enough opportunities for all of the teams to, whether like they want to go at their designated locations or they want to take some contestation against the other teams. They want to break the other team's performances for themselves, and they don't want them to like get on the top. So we might see some clash drops. We might see some aggressions against the teams that wants to like bring them down. But so far, it is Yasnaya Poliana once again, Horaa and A1 TMT that's actually contesting that place. That's actually dropping at that position. Early stages fights, aside from that, might not happen. Might happen at Mansion, yes. Shelter, yes, there is a chance because there's Team NFT, ARF, and Team Alter Egos as well. But I think Alter Ego wants to go to the Lipovka, and they will be trying to find some vehicles for themselves because of that. 7th Element, they also dropped near the farmline vicinities, and in the close range, there is another team, and that is none other than the 27 PRM. And just look at that, VOIN Esports is in the cluster, is in the contestation, but the circle has decided to go equally for each and every one of the player, and it is a dead center circle.
Oh, it certainly is. And I think, sometimes the simpler things are the most complicated to approach, but no second thoughts about it. A1 TMT might have changed their drop in the previous Erangel, but not this time around. As looking at Team Horaa, you can see that 2-2 split. Sky and Malik together, and Mafia Ninja and No Fear. They will be working along each other. So A1 TMT, they've always been the ones who kind of have that defensive approach. They always take over those apartments, and with apartments, you get that good cover. You get that high ground advantage also. And we've always seen that Team Horaa, they are the ones who kind of tend to aggress. But this position from No Fear, I think is going to be quite interesting, because if A1 TMT, even for a moment, they kind of overstep even a little bit, they might get punished from the backlines. But I'm pretty sure while the parachutes are quite open, they would have spotted each other and would be kind of aware of the whereabouts of each other. But regardless, I think there's going to be a little bit of a silence, a little bit of a lull in this particular fight. But mark my words, Torix, the moment somebody gets a knock, it is going to be the floodgates opening up.
Oh, it will be the floodgates that's going to open, but we have to still wait out for the moment that who's going to have that upper edge, who's going to take that first knock on the team. Sky Horaa, he's waiting out for the opportunity alongside of his teammate, that is Mafia Ninja. Slowly and steadily, both of the players are actually getting that loot. But if you're talking about the Team Horaa as in general, just look at their position. Malik, he's kind of like far away from his team. No Fear, he's kind of far away from his team. Talking about AGON X, I8, these guys are also at the ferry pier side, not like making any kind of scene, not making any kind of fight against any of the players, and just minding their own business, trying to gather up the loot, because even they know right now that this is the phase where you can secure the most loot for yourself, and if you're able to get that loot, you will have the upper edge, maybe against many of the different teams. But in this regard, AGON X I8, if you're talking about Crypto has an AKM, and alongside of that is a Scar L. This guy does not have his usual M416 at his arsenal, and I do believe so that will make things difficult for him.
Yeah, I think that might be the case, but considering the situation, particularly AGON I8, they will get some decent loot done, but my attention is entirely on teams like RRQ, Boom Esports, A1 TMT. In fact, the front runners inside this particular game, Skyforce. Now, this is one of those teams that if a lot of South Asian fans might have tuned into the broadcast, and they know this is a team that is synonymous with comebacks, even whilst they were playing First Hour. They might not have the best of the starts, but they ensured that the ending was their way. But the fight finally breaking out. A1 TMT and Team Horaa, it is going to be Mafia Ninja who is going to be leading the charts over here. He's going to be the one who's kind of trying to draw all that attention from A1, whilst he's got a teammate right next to him from a little bit of a higher ground, a little bit of a higher apartment cover. If anybody of A1 TMT kind of forces the fight, because I kind of realized one thing, that Team Horaa, they kind of scattered around, and as a result of which they will be having a better loot in comparison to A1 TMT. And there you go, Mafia Ninja breaks her silence, and now the pour might come in.
Oh, the pour might come in at this time, but the silence has been broken. No fear, and Team A1 TMT, they are once again against each other and trying to hope to get that elimination as a confirmation. But the player is going to go for the revival, and Deathstorm has been spotted. Sky Horaa, as soon as Deathstorm is going to get out of that compound, he's going to be bombarded with the shots, bombarded with the fires. But look at Sinister. A1 TMT, Sinister is also down. Malik Horaa taking a hitman down with him. Alongside of that, S12K. Team A1 TMT on the receiving edge. So much. Team Horaa, 2 eliminations to their name. Not a single casualty so far. S12K once again in Malik's hand, taking the fight with the DBS, but DBS is not gonna make any difference for the Team A1 TMT, as Sketch is the final and only hope for the team. He has also been spotted. The damage is immense, and S12K gets him elimination. Sketch has been eliminated, and there's come some rage. Extra rage that how could you have done those damages on us?
Yeah, what goes around comes around for sure, say Horaa Esports. As again, that BEM being there. We remember the first game also in Erangel, and this was a similar occurrence. And this has to hurt A1 TMT the most, as 7th Element. Now they find their next victims, which could actually help out the players of A1 TMT as Boom Esports. Now they're starting to lose out on numbers. Yami May, a lot banking on him, as Razy just runs over onto its Alian. Frenzy already being out of the picture. Boom Esports still scouring across the land, trying to fetch some information. Now all this fight, all this ruckus, it was around the southern Pachinke hills, as 7th Element do have Alian being taken down. T24, he's gonna revive himself up, but before he could even think of doing anything else, Yami May just goes over him, and there you go, Razy. He is on a carnage at this point, running over the players of 7th Element, and this is exactly the kind of a plot twist we wanted, with A1 TMT out of the picture, with Team Boom Esports getting those crucial points. Now we are gonna witness some changes happening around the overall leaderboards.
Oh, Razy with the car Riz. This guy has the car eliminations to his name. But talking about the team Rage, we are seeing some new like tags being played up upon by the team name. It's KOD, Toma, Chaos, and Panther that's playing. 16 total teams are in the match remaining. A1 TMT that were on the top of the leaderboard, they have been taken away. In this match, they were the first one to be taken away. This gives up the opportunity. This opens up the door for Team RRQ, Team Boom, Team T2K, even Team Skyforce. I'd say even Team R9, because Team Ghost still has 84 points, and if they manage to secure that winner chicken dinner, it's not going to be that far that they can even take away the Team A1 TMT's throne for themselves. But Team KOD now getting the remaining loot of the crates about the fight that just happened a while ago against the Team 7th Element, and that 7th Element's crates that are being looted upon. For MV, they have also decided to move into the circle and have decided to leave the Senvoska military base island to their bags.
Oh, they certainly will. But what a change in the overall storyline, don't you think, Torix? Because at this point, A1 TMT, they have been succumbing. We have seen them. They did feel the heat and could not hold on to their nerves. Boom Esports, however, when situation demanded from them, they stepped up their game and now are in such good position. But T2K, let's not forget them as well, because Deadeyes, guys, they're falling down, and T2K, they're getting some couple of finishes to their names, a few couple of finishes. That means that they're also going to try and close in the distance with 98 hitting on A1, RRQ, the player still also being alive, RRQ, Boom, T2K, SF. All these teams have such a good chance for fighting for that top spot.
They definitely have a good chance of fighting for the top spot, but still, whoever is going to be very off, you have to be very off Team AGON, and that I can say for sure. The past two couple matches, AGON X I8, and in fact, in that name, Falak, has been a disaster for many of the teams. He is the harbinger right now for disaster, but 4MV Doc has been spotted by Crypto. The Scar, as I already said, it's going to be hard without the M4 for Crypto to get the shots done on the player, to get some knocks. And one of the reason so far Crypto hasn't taken knockout on the team 4MV. But with this, now the team AGON, they have revealed their location. They have to change, sum up something of devise a plan, because team is definitely, 4MV is definitely gonna come into their like total vicinity. They might be like looking out for the fights as well, because in the past few matches they have not done that kind of a good performance. This is the first time, was the first match today that they did actually a good performance, and they want to make it that way. 4MV's on the hashtag number 16, and they have nothing to lose. They can easily take the fights with any of the team without even worrying about the position. If they win, they win. If they lose, they lose. But yes, aside from that, 16 total teams, and first stage that has been closed up. Where will the second stage go? Where has the second stage gone? And there we have our answer. It's a hard eastern side shift, in which military base island somewhat is still accessible.
You know, there's an inkling in my heart that says that Skyforce, they're gonna get the chicken dinner in this one. Especially, you could see their positions, you could see that the players want to win this one. And I think this tournament means a lot more than that, just getting those bragging rights. But we will touch upon it a little bit later, because for MERICAL vibes, they seem to have hit the deck over on the players of AGON I8. One of their players being taken down, knocked out already, IQ. It's going to be a tough revive coming in, as the entire horde does seem to be arriving over here. As Crypto, he's got to be very patient. He's got to be very careful. As Precious, he gets a knock on IHC, but now Yetayuta already out of the picture. You've got Claw. He needs to administer that first hit pretty soon, as IHC from the lower grounds seem to be breaching on the players of Deadeyes, guys. But Cutlass being taken down, that's not a good news for IHC either.
Oh, I don't think any player getting knocked down is any good for that team. But Deadeyes, guys, Nova Sir is down on his knees. They are down to the last two-man squad, DRS, waiting out for the opportunity in the backline. There is also the team IHC that has lost one of their players, but Killer Whitey is going to make sure that Nova Sir's elimination gets secured. Killer YT, this is the first elimination that the team DRS is going to secure in this match. Deadeyes, guys, and now with the duo, they have to think upon something. They have to think about something. But as I talked about the team 4MV a while ago, they have nothing to lose, and they are playing with that mentality right now. Doc slowly and steadily pushing forward on Crypto side. Crypto waiting out with that grenade. It might hit. If it does hit, team 4MV is going to be in a huge pickle at that time. Has a grenade in his hand. Is Crypto. He's not going to throw it up. That's the big thing. He's not throwing it. He doesn't have the pin pulled upon. But Falak, the guy that was the harbinger of destruction, is down on his knees. Crypto getting a beautiful, beautiful trade-off with almost a confirmation. The player has to leave this position and go for the rescue. They have to leave and disengage with the fight. Go for the rescue. Crypto also receiving a lot of damage, in which case Team R9 has shown their clutches, has shown their teeth in this fight as a third-party angle. Falak is out, Crypto is down, IQ, and it's up to Uzum to make sure that their teams thrive. But R9, look at that, they have entered. They want to fight with the team 4MV as well. The grenades, the throwables, everything is being deployed upon the team 4MV, but team 4MV Apex, a single grenade is gonna hit Waz, takes him down. The fight continues back as a three-way deadlock.
Indeed, it does. As IQ, look at him. He has to fight against the world. It's not just going to be one team. It's just not going to be for Miracle Vibes, but it is also Team Ghost who has knocked on their doors. He needs to buy some time. And in fact, for Miracle Vibes, will give them exactly that. As they have their attention separated. Now, this time, they are kind of fixated on the players of Team Ghost. As Apex, he's burning, but pretty sure he's going to heal himself up in this moment. As for Miracle Vibes, they look for a reset. They have the players of Team Ghost under their control, but now look at Ghost. They wanted to push in, but Apex was so well prepared with that DBS, had that perfect angle to play around with, and now Vaz, he's in two minds. Do I really commit for it, or maybe I should lob a couple of grenades? As Team Ghost in fact decided to be the ones third partying, but instead they are on the receiving end of things, giving good enough time for the players of AGON X to go on a reset, and now anything could happen in this particular fight.
Oh, beautifully done. So far, just look at that. AGON back on the three-man squad. They have resetted themselves in this fight. They're waiting out for the opportunity, but another team, Team Skyforce, as a fourth party. What is going on here? Back to back. There's a lot of teams that have shown their faces. And look at that. Even DRS in the back while. They're also waiting out for the opportunity that they're going to receive in such a short time. They're going to make sure that they're also going to push on the team. But Deadeyes guys have been taken care of. Team 4MV, AGON, they are still against each other. R9. They have decided to even disengage with the fight because Ghost is the only and only hope for the team, and he has nowhere else to go. He has to go at a safer pace. He has to make sure that his team at least survive on the top 3, maybe top 4, maybe top 5, because there's not a lot of matches. There's not a lot of games that you have to play. This is the 4th one, and after this, there's only one more chance that you are going to have, and if you even lose this one, it might not be worth to even play the last match for you.
You know, regardless of the outcome of this fight, let me tell the viewers that Skyforce, they're still waiting around, in fact, inside the circle, just gatekeeping whoever is the victor of this fight. I do not know if they can see the next couple of moments of this particular game, but with DRS also stepping into the fray and KK getting knocked out over here, this changes everything. Now the big question, however, is that is Team AGON X going to capitalize on this situation? DRS, however, has found a knock onto its Uzum, who was a little aloof from his pack, and now the trouble increases tenfold because AGON X, they realize it's not just 2 teams anymore, it is 3. And considering the fact that the circle is their enemy, they need to somehow disengage and get inside the zone. They will have to make those quick decisions, with Delta having a really good spot to himself, could provide cover fire for his teammate. KK, he's been revived, but still some damage being done. As IQ, he is ever so patient. He's just waiting for Miracle Vibes maybe to lose their calm, maybe to just try gushing in. But even for Miracle Vibes, they're aware of all the atrocities going around. They know that they have got Team Ghost, they've got Team DRS, and anybody moving a muscle could just be capitalized by the others.
Oh, a single muscle move will mean that your location is going to be revealed. Someone is going to take a shot at you. And there are the chances that if someone takes a shot, you might be on a lot of receiving edges. DRS, they have the compounds, they have the position, they're waiting out as well. But AGON and 4 Miracle Vibes, what happened to the aggression? What happened to the fight? What happened to 4 Miracle Vibes? The mindset that they had a while ago that they want to take the fight no matter what the situation is. That is the mindset that they need once again if they want to get some more elimination on AGON X side, because that aggression actually worked at that time. AGON was down to their last player, but DRS, as they're making a comeback as a third party in this angle, they're not going to receive any kind of treatment, and they will be forced to leave out the vicinity. 18 more seconds before the circle closes on, before the teams are yet to once again going to be forced to move inside of that circle. But Sky, Team Horaa, in fact, have been spotted by the Team ARF. Back-to-back fights. R9 has been eliminated from this match as well. Team AGON outside the circle. DRS outside the circle. 4 MERICAL vibes outside the circle. But the circle, in fact, just look at that, where it has gone. It has taken yet another hard shift towards the eastern angle, in which case, look at the Team AGON. Once again, they're on the receiving edge.
Oh, they certainly are, but now, in fact, they're being pushed upon. Somehow, Crypto seeming to, however, fight back. Now, considering how the circle spanned out, Crypto needs to get the job done quickly. He's lost out on his teammates, and just that one finish really not helping the overall endeavors of the players of AGON I8. But now is a moment of clutch. Apex and Crypto in that 1v1 situation. Somebody has to push it through, and Crypto is trying to buy time enough so that Apex cannot get that rest back. But from the backlines, it is gonna be DRS who put the final nail in the coffin, as AGON I8 seem to take an exit from the server, as now the rush is on. The pour is gonna come in. So many of these teams, everybody just migrating inside the circle, with Team NFT having a really good position. Same goes for Team Horaa, who initially in the very starting phases of the game took down A1 TMT.
Look at that. The fights are finally happening. The aggression, it's happening. Malik Horaa taking the fight, taking some eliminations on the players. So far, it's still 13 teams, and that number is still high compared to the lobby, compared to the stage. That's actually being played upon by the team, because we saw the circle, we saw the radius. It's already super small. There's not a lot of places that the team can actually hold down their forts, hold down their positions, and think and maybe even thrive. Anywhere that they're gonna go, they're gonna be bombarded with the shots, and that's exactly what happens right now on the team. Boom, one player gets taken down. ARF, they're the ones doing the deeds against Team Boom. This is their third elimination, and as Team Boom is on their final player, oh my god, will he survive? Rezi, a moment ago, he took down 7th Element with a beautiful riz of the cars. 3 eliminations to his name, but after that, they have not even taken another fight. And as soon as they get into a different fight, just look at the difference. 3 players already got eliminated. T2K in the meanwhile, they got the fight against the Team Rage, and Team Rage got the elimination on them. Team T2K now surviving with the duo, but the car eliminations are coming their way. There was the Team RRQ that got a single elimination. VOIN is here. RRQ taking that fight as well. Back to back. It's a chaos. It is a chaos happening everywhere, at every corner in this match.
Indeed, now VOIN and RQ, you've got T2K also into the mix. IHC not far away, and Rig getting that knock on No Mercy just makes matter worse, as Rig, the final player, surviving, and this is going to be so important for both these teams to try and get as much points as possible. But Rig, he is gonna bid us adieu in this match, as T2K, they get eliminated pretty early on with not a lot of finishes, just 3 to work things around. But RRQ, they understand the gravity of the situation. They understand how much things could change if they could get a chicken out of here, because now they've already taken that top spot in terms of the overall standings. And if they could get a chicken, or maybe even around 10 points, they will be at such a pole position to win this entire tournament. But Team VOIN, I mean, the way things just erupted, they had all 4 of their players alive. They were kind of playing it a little safe and dandy. But now, the odds are stacked against them, with just 2 players alive, them being outside the circle. Questions are going to be asked on how are they going to breach their way through.
Oh, how they're gonna breach their way through, who's waiting out for them at that breach is a bigger question. 11 total teams are still remaining in the match, and it's going to be a chaos. It's going to be so much chaos for the players. Asa 5K view, scouting with the buggy outside the circle, but look at circle and look at the mini map. The teams, the clusters that's about to come upon the players. Back-to-back eliminations, it's definitely coming. One player, Dr. K, gets elimination by the hand of the team MAB. That is the 4 MERICAL Vibes player. Kai Kali is going to be the one and only hope. I do believe so for the team 4MV as well, because it's up to him. So far, 7 eliminations have been done. Alter Ego, Ares, 3 man still standing. Team Skyforce with a complete squad, 2 eliminations to their name. Octa, you had the perfect opportunity. You could have taken at least 1 down, but no. This time around, your spray misses. But will it miss on the team Horaa as well or not?
Now, still, as things get more and more intense. Oh my god, Octa spotting out one of the players of Team Horaa as RRQ ram in on DRS. As DRS, they are prepared for everything that comes their way. Instantly get the squad eliminated over here. Having no other option, no other choice. Team RRQ also take an early exit. And this is it. This is the moment that teams like Skyforce were waiting for. Them being the only survivors inside the top 9 with 2 eliminations. And now they have to make a move. They've taken that higher ground, but it's quite out in the open, and now a lot of these teams might have already spotted them out. An impressive performance so far from Team Horaa, Team DRS, but regardless, a fight around these snake towers. Let's see Mark the Ninja. He's got a push coming right in front of him. It's going to be Alter Ego as he clutches it out, and now suddenly out of nowhere, Horaa, they have gone big.
Oh, they have gone big, and look at the back-to-back aggressions on the players. On that aggressions, the players are actually like pacing up with the match, with the circle. 001, he's knocked out. Malekura, he's also knocked out. Top is the guy that's making sure that his team can aggress on the players, in which case they do. Team ARF, Team DRS, both of the teams are actually taking the fight. DRS has still 4-man squad. They took some initiative on the fights as well for MV. Now, with this, is a solo player. So is Team ARF. NFT has a duo. The only teams that have a complete squad against each other is the Skyforce and the DRS. But NFT is going to get out of this match by the hand of Team SF, and at the same time, Team DRS. The DRS now taking their aggression on the Team Skyforce. Skyforce, 1 player gets taken down, knocked out. It's a fight of 2 giants, 3 versus 4. Who's going to have that winner chicken dinner? Who's going to have that a juicy 10 points for the position? We are about to reveal that out.
You know, Team Skyforce, I did call them out pretty early, and I still feel they've got the best position right now. And yeah, of course, now DRS looking at them slightly away from the circle, but it is all out in the open. And with the kind of a spread, they are aware of Unlock's position. He's drawing so much of that attention, but everything depends on how Action and Mercedes are going to be responding to DRS trying to come in. DRS taking over their vehicle. Somebody has to provide the cover fire. Delta having been spotted out. Action taking those couple of shots. But yes, his position has been compromised. But Kyante almost just threaded the needle over there as Killer. Somehow he's kind of tried to close in the distance. But now looking at DRS, XMPL, he's watching every single movement made by Action closely, carefully. But Unlock, he has to deliver, because now DRS, any given moment, they will start coming in.
Oh, yes. At any moment, a single wrong move will mean the other team is definitely going to push on you. The circle is about to come as well. Action, in the meanwhile, is waiting out on top of the house, on top of the house. But yes, XMPL taking 1 down, almost taking 2 down. Oh my god, Team Skyforce, and now they're going to struggle. They're going to make sure that their player survive, but 2 down. It's a beautiful start, and Mercedes gets eliminated. DRS, a beautiful winner chicken dinner. It is hands down to the Team DRS. The way that they actually aggressed, the single player that stayed outside of the play zone to make sure that the team cannot anticipate his location. He takes 1. He takes the initialization. The second player gets not 1, but 2 down.
XMPL, I think, has to be one of the finest performances by this particular lad. I think they had the odds completely stacked up against themselves, but that patience being displayed, that was phenomenal. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, 4 matches already done and dusted. 1 more finally remains. But before we get into the game of Miramar, we're going to be cutting through a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. 'cause I broke all the cages. No, I didn't take it. No, no. There are people that I guess don't ever learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. So never, never, never till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty.
14 matches over and the final game remains. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time. You are watching the Crypto Invitational Grand Finals Day number 3. As we really reach the final frontier, it is the final hurdle. But what a game it was from the players of DRS. I mean, words fall short to describe how good these lads were. And eyes closed, XMPL, what an amazing composure by this one lad. I mean, I kind of was anticipating that all he had to do was stay back, be the sacrificial lamb, as the other players of DRS just pushed in through. He took down action. He took down. He in fact dished out a massive amount of damage to one other player there, and then the final one also being dealt with. Seriously deserves the MVP.
Oh, he seriously deserves the MVP, no doubt. XMPL, the way he actually played for the team, the way he actually sacrificed, I'd say he took one down. He almost took the second one down, but the play zone gets the better hang of him. 5 elimination, 10-10 damage. That's 1010, guys. But it's just my way of saying 10-10. But 2 assists, 5 knocks, and a beautiful contribution for the team. 26 minutes. A total of survival by the player. The rest of the team in this match number 4, in fact, I think it was 4. Yes, it was 4, match number 4. So no fear, Horaa. 3 eliminations, 955 damage, a survival time of 2460. Elimination once again, K Kali 4703. I'm looking at a lot of big numbers on the damage. Where are the eliminations? Where did the eliminations go for the players is a bigger question. 4MV Apex also outperforming himself in the match against the team AGON. We saw this team take the initiative of the fight. 688 damage, 67 total elimination, 65 knockouts, a healing of 7,271. But look at the throwable used. Oh my god, the players have outperformed themselves. This much throwables, 274. 0 airdrops looted, out of which none of them were used to loot the airdrop. 15 headshots, 18 rescue, and top from Skyforce is gonna have the longest elimination of 359 meters.
Yeah, and for Skyforce even, yeah, they might be feeling a little gutted that did not get the chicken, but considering the fact that all the teams that were kind of near them in the overall standings, they fell down pretty early. And yes, pretty sure might have gotten a lot of points out of this 12-13 at least. But moreover, DRS, I mean, the way they played this entire game, we saw a majority of I think a huge chunk of this Erangel was around those 12 packs. We had so many of those teams clobbering down, and there you go, DRS, 24 points out of this game. Still, far away from gaining that pole position, but this is how they play when they kind of are in the mood, right? Are in the groove. But for Miracle Vibes, 12 points for them still does not change anything in the top standings. Horaa Esports, yes, they were spectacular as well, but Skyforce, this 11 points that they have accumulated has to be quite precious, as RRQ just get 4, VOIN, they just get 4, A1 TMT nada, and when you talk about Team Boom Esports, they also have to settle with just 4.
Oh, yes, but Team RRQ, the 4 elimination, the 4 points that they have secured, is it going to be enough that it can stop the rest of the teams, like for Miracle Vibes, like Team Horaa, even look at the Team Skyforce. They have 11 total points. They still have a chance to coming out on top. And as we are talking about these teams, even in this match, DRS has definitely outperformed themselves. A single match, 24 points worth is a big number. But T2K Esports, the travel distance is 14,389 meters. 6 grenades, 2 smokes used. VOIN Esports just used a single smoke. NFT Esports used 11 smokes and a single grenade in all the match number 4 that they actually played. Skyforce has used 23 smokes, just a single Molotov and 6 grenades. A beautiful start by these teams as well. Skyforce actually really played well. And they do have a chance. They do have a chance that they can still, if the final match that they play really good, it is the Miramar. It is going to be a complete aggressive match. Either the teams are going to go complete aggressive because it is the last match and they want to end it quickly, or some teams, some of the team from the top 3, maybe top 4, they will be making sure to try to handle that spot for themselves. And because of that, they might be playing a little bit safe.
Well, yeah, I think at this given moment, like I said, right, this something that I've witnessed even in the past couple of years also. Team Skyforce is, again, one of those teams that does not have the best of the starts, but eventually towards the end, they somehow managed to pull off a few miracles. And I think the stage is entirely set up for them. We know they're a strong team. We know they excel at Miramar. The pressure is going to be intense. But yes, something out of the ordinary shall be the fact that somebody might drop down on Skyforce. Now, we haven't really seen a lot of those teams kind of taking drop clash with Skyforce, because every single time they're really solid at the drops. Sanhok, a lot of teams in the past tried to contest them at boot camp, but nobody really succeeded. They have that. San Martin has already been one of the strongholds. So what the other way is, however, is try to cut off their rotations. If certain teams kind of hold on to the San Martin Hills, wait for the players, that is possible. But it is just not about Skyforce. We've seen A1 TMT off to an absolute collapse, somehow still made sure that they were kind of holding on to the first spot in the previous game. But what Horaa did to them, I think they've sort of become the Achilles heels for this particular team. Now, head onwards, now we need to wonder and figure out, where do the other teams like Boom, we're talking about teams like RRQ, how are they going to play? Because, far from the normal approach, RRQ was kind of playing a little safe, kind of focusing on the position. But the voice in my head says, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to head on to the final voyage for one last time. It is going to be the map of Miramar, where everything gets settled. It is going to be a flight path from Torre Amuda towards Puerto Paraiso. And now all these 18 teams are going to be fighting it out, and only one shall emerge victorious.
Only one is gonna emerge as the victorious one. But the circle, where will the circle go? Because this flight path is completely favored in the eastern angles. Circle, if it do go Western like El Pozo, the Ladrelia, it's going to bring chaos for so many teams, as teams have already decided to take the jump from the plane. R9 wants to go to the Torre Ahumada or maybe Tierra Blanca, but in close to vicinity, the team R9, there's the Deadeyes guys as well. Sky Horaa, I can already see going to the La Cobreria, and not just one team, there's multiple teams that will be going alongside of them. AGON X wants to go to the Los Leons, A1, ARF in fact, they want to go towards the Impala. A1 TMT, where are they in this match? That is what I want to see. That is what I want to know, because there can be some early stages fights. A1 TMT has to hold their throne right at this position, and if they do lose this one up, the throne will be taken away by someone.
Look at them dropping down on the southern side, spot the Paraiso. We've got Team ARF right beside them. Agon I8 are taking control over Los Leones, but the fight has already broken out once again at La Cobreria. I'm pretty sure it is going to be our usual two teams. We've got Team Horaa on one side, and we've got NFT, I guess. In fact, it's 7th Element. NFT could potentially third party, but now 7th Element, they need to redeem themselves. Look at Malik. He is barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and Sky, he does not have any helmet to work around with, but 7th Element seem to not care at all. Without any utility, they want to push it and they want to end this fight ASAP.
Oh, they want to finish this fight as soon as possible. Goku bot, he has a UMP, no helmet, a level 1 West, but look at the 3-man aggression. Oh my god, imagine being on the receiving edge of that you take the fire, but there are not 1, not 2, but 3 men waiting out for you at that time, looking right directly in your eyes. But X-Generation Alpha Boy, that was playing with the team 7th Element, has also been eliminated, so mean that somewhere in this fight, 7th Element also lost one of their players. It's a trio that will be taking the fight. Mafia, Ninja, he's waiting out alongside of Malik. They might push together, but IHC,
What?
they will be the first one to get completely annihilated from this match by not just the hand of single team, but yes, it is a single team. Alter Egos are the one that took that fight down for themselves. 7th Element right now giving the revive for the players, but it's not going to be possible. One player takes down, a second one gets a confirmation. Goku bot super low in that HP, because on the other side there's the team NFT waiting for the opportunity that as soon as Goku bot is going to show his face, it's going to be over for him.
It certainly will be, as there you go, Goku bot with a sliver of HP, somehow
Oh, he
clutches
does
it
it.
out. I do not know how on earth did he manage to accomplish that, but seems like his happiness is going to be quite short-lived, as NFT, they have been the mischievous ones. They did hunt down Team Ghost, and now it is going to be 7th Element and 2 teams again falling down. But look at this. Team Rage, they decide to hit the deck against the big boys in town. That's going to be Skyforce, but Skyforce, she seemed to show no mercy as 4 eliminations secured. That is a gift. If things weren't already good for them, now the matter has become worse for the others who are trailing right behind them. But Team RRQ, they want to settle it right here, right now. We did in fact touch upon it, that somebody has to cross over the rotation. Seems like RRQ did get a little bit impatient, and now Team Skyforce, they know exactly what's happening.
Oh, just a look at the team numbers that have been eliminated so far. This is, I think, just the first or maybe 3 minutes into the game, and we have already seen 4 teams being sent back to the lobby. Horaa had 3 eliminations. 7th Element had a complete squad annihilated for themselves. Skyforce, in the meanwhile, they had a complete squad at their disposal, at their arsenal as well. But still, with the 4-man still surviving in this match, they are definitely going to do wonders in the upcoming fights that they are about to witness. Alter Ego had 4 eliminations, but DRS, the last match winner chicken dinner team, wants to play it a kind of safe. They have the Golden Mirado out. They can use it to like get out of here, take somewhat of a safer side. But Killer Whitey, you don't want to sit in that. You do not want to sit at the passenger seat without having a driver with yourself, because you're out in the open. My brother, you're out in the open. Anyone can see you at that time. People are looking out for the teams. In fact, for MV in the meanwhile, in this match, they joined with just a duo. Aside from that, we are seeing a complete lobby with 4 players in this complete fight that they will be taking upon each other. AGON X, 4-man, Uzum, Crypto, and IQ. But remember this is the only chance that they're going to get in securing the top position, the top 5 position for themselves. They need to end this match with a winner chicken dinner and some 10, maybe 12, elimination points.
I kind of like what's happening over here because, yeah, right now from what I'm speculating, Skyforce might be the team that's on the top spot, considering how they performed in the previous matchup. But now for MERICAL Vibes, do not have a lot to lose, have just come into the lobby with 2 players. And yeah, in fact, if they can get a knock, they would want to go for the final limbs. But, you know, at the grand scheme of things for MERICAL Vibes in this tournament, weren't really showing up. There were a couple of games, but yeah, pretty much dwindling down in the bottom. But now T2K, they have been quite impressive, especially to Rulov. We've loved how he's performed lately, and T2K, they have been one of those teams. Did not have a really good game in the previous game of Erangel, but certainly if they can somehow secure these 2 finishes out of 4 MERICAL Vibes, that is also going to set them up for success, because T2K, they weren't really in the midst of the conversation of being the ones contesting for the championship trophy, but they have made a beautiful comeback. But for Skyforce, now this is one of the circles they really know how to play around. If they have everything set right, you never know, anything could be possible. But yeah, you know, he was a little ambitious with that AKM on that hollow side. In fact, on an iron side. Yeah, I kind of like his chances there.
Oh, did you not see the trace that he actually did? It was a complete straight trace that the player did. Imagine if it would have hit the player. Imagine if it had done some damage. It would have been so phenomenal. But yes, aside from that, Team A1 TMT, this is their only chance of securing a beautiful position, of securing that top 1 position. You have to make sure that this match, at least you get into the top 2, top 3 with some considerable good amount of elimination points. But Team ARF versus Team Alter Egos, they're definitely getting into the fight near the LSR areas. The damage has been dealt. Alter Egos, this is their 5th elimination, trying to go towards their 6th. 002, car has been burst down, but before that, Elva gets the knock on the player. 007, it's up to this guy to take down Elva. Goes to his own teammate to rescue him up, but will Elva let that happen? Will 007 have the chance of getting those elimination? But Octa, you're stuck. You did a parkour, but it's not gonna work anymore. You have to go on your foot. But I think Badru tried the same thing and he's stuck as well. So what's up with getting stuck, Alter Egos? You have to not take the chances with your car. This is Miramar.
You know, they literally kind of manifested their alter egos over there and kind of had some adrenaline pumping, but sometimes it is where you kind of land flat on your face. But still, look at 004. You talk about reptiles in Sanhok, but we have one in Miramar. And Rosemary, the big question is he aware? Oh no, he isn't. And now ARF, they're going to capitalize on that. However, he shifted on towards his Mini 14. Rosemary getting shot from elsewhere. It's going to be Team Ghost's Superman who gets the deed done. And this is something that Alter Ego did not even think in the worst of their nightmares. And suddenly, they are crumbling down like a cookie.
They are crumbling down so much. Oh my god. That was an intense spray from R9 side. And I have to give it to hats off to Superman. The way he actually manages with the Scarl, the 3-time spray, the burst fire. It was phenomenal, but the circle is about to close in some time. The circle is about to shrink once again. The team already that's in the circle, it's a decent amount of number. 14 is a decent amount, but Naki comes in close contact with 004. Now the fight is finally going to start. 004 has the final hope. The S12Ks are not going to make any kind of a difference. The damage has been done. Naki gets the elimination, and this is the second elimination that the team Ghost is going to receive, and the team ARF, they're out of the match. 15 seconds before the circle closes in. Where it will go is going to decide many fates for the teams.
Of course. Now for RRQ, pretty sure some pot shots were fired at Skyforce, but they decided that they need to look at the bigger picture. They need to have control over the circle. We haven't seen this version of RRQ in the previous 2 days, but now they understand that the tension has already built up, and every single move they make has to hit right on the sweet spot. They already know that they are under a certain disadvantage. Skyforce, they've already eliminated one team. As now we are back into the action, it is going to be Team Ghost and Team Alter Ego once again, with one of those players, Octa, being out of the picture. However, Alter Ego, they've managed to take 7 elims, but now the real test, now this is a trial by fire. They just have that 2 players surviving. It's going to be Badru and Alva, and the big question is, can they survive the onslaught?
Oh, they have to survive. It's not if they can, they have to at this point. And every team has to do something, but someone is going to be on the receiving edge, no matter what the scenario is. Lotzer looking out on the team RRQ, but in the meanwhile, Asa 5K Ryu has taken some knocks, maybe some confirmation. This is the first elimination that the team RRQ is going to receive in this match. But for how long? Because in the front line, there's the Deadeye's guys, the grenades, Yetauta sir can receive. It will go near the car. The damage is done. He's gonna heal. But in the meanwhile, 001, you have to make sure that this grenade is on its way on the player. But no, you misses it out. Behind the scene, there is another player. The player cover fire. Pekiro makes sure that the player gets taken down, and it's 2 eliminations, 2 back-to-back points for the team RRQ. Deadeye's guys are so on the receiving edge, so much on the receiving edge. They have to think about something. They have to think of a new strat at that point. But a beautiful peak fire, a beautiful peak elimination can definitely happen. But this is the wrong move that the player had done. Player from the team RRQ had the chance to take the knock, which he did not knock out the player. But Asa 5K Ryu will never let the opportunity go by. He gets the knock, he gets the confirmation. This is the third one that the team RRQ is going to receive, and it's playing with my heart that look at the live chart that we are seeing. We were used to seeing the total points for the team, but now it's just the elimination point for this match.
Oh, indeed it is, but look at such a beautiful hold by the players of Team Ghost, the way they're kind of pincering down onto its Alter Ego, but Alva does not want to go without a fight, already has taken down Ghost, but in turn gets traded, and there you go, put down 6 feet under as Alter Ego take their final moments in this tournament as they're down in night. But now it is going to be Team DRS, the victors of the previous Erangel, certainly in a sublime form right now. And XMPL and the boys, they have been playing quite stellar. But like you said, RRQ, they are bringing in the heat. They're packing that punch, and talk about how that entire situation went against them. And they still somehow managed to switch the tables as now VOIN Esports, oh my god, DRS have suddenly just transformed themselves to be their kryptonite, as one of their players is already taken down, and boom, suddenly out of nowhere are in a whole world of trouble.
Oh, there's so much in the world of trouble right now. Team Boom have to think of something. They have to revise what they want to do at this point, whether they want to survive or whether they want to some elimination points, and that's exactly what they want to do. They want to take the fight. They're taking the risk. They're coming close. One gets taken down. XMPL, another one down. This guy do not give false hope on the team. He delivers. This guy delivers, and he has delivered. Even in this fight, 2 down on the team Boom. The rest 2 is up to Delta. Delta with the grenade can hopefully take down at least 1, but no, the grenade I think misses up. RRQ in the meanwhile at the kill feed. They are also taking the Deadeyes guys down, but M249, after a long time, I have seen this good of a spray, this good of an ADS fire from the M249, but look at the kill feed, the kills, the elimination. They're getting stolen away from the Team DRS side. Even this one, I do believe, has been stolen away. XMPL is the one that secured the 2, but after that, NFT from the backside has taken the rest of the 2 eliminations on the Team Boom.
Yeah, Boom Esports, they're also down and out, and no, this makes things so much worse for them. Got in such a bad position, but XMPL, this guy is just too goddamn good. Where was he in the first 2 days? But regardless, getting to see such beautiful performances with that arm when you know you've got DPS being the current meta, this guy just does not care what's going on. But now, the moment of truth in front of us, and the circle takes a shift. AGON I8 in the best possible position, but let's not forget Skyforce right beside them. For MERICAL vibes, they've lost out on one of their players, but for DRS, they're far away from home. They realize that, yeah, they might have dealt with Team Boom, but it is going to be NFT. They've got nothing to lose, and let's be honest, DRS aren't one of those teams that who are in the race, at least for now, but who knows if they can pull off another beautiful 15 to 20 pointer. They might just get into the top 3.
Well, they might be able to get into the top 3, but it's really super hard right now for anyone, in fact, because nobody is actually like backing off from the fight. Anyone that's gonna actually take the fight is gonna see it through the very end, and only the third parties, the fourth parties are the factor that can actually like disrupt all the phenomena of the teams, like upper edge, upper advantage, or whatsoever or not. Babe Luck leaving the car and trying to hope to like change the car for himself, but that car was already busted down. You cannot have that car. Even at this point, even at this moment, the teams are still trying to find a way inside of that circle. SF, if we are talking about them, they have the circle for themselves. It is a good start. It is a good movement right now from the Team SF side. But A1 TMT, it's up to them right now. It's up to them to survive if they want that hashtag #1. But they are the ones on the receiving edge. At the same time, they did make a knockout on the Team VOIN. VOIN is retaliating super elegantly. They're making sure that as soon as one of their players gets taken down, they paid back with double the price.
You know, the tension, you can feel it. A1 TMT against all odds haven't had the best of shows, but right now Team VOIN aren't really in a good spot either. Overall, both these teams have made their mistakes, but this is where they have to make it matter. This is where both of them have to deliver. A1 TMT, this time a different drop spot, but now they are under a whole world of pressure. There you can see Team VOIN, they are trying to push in together, in unison, lies strength. That is the motto they believe in, but A1 TMT, they're scouring through the land, but look at Team Ghost, out of nowhere, they come marching in. Buzz, however, he's been taken down, but Deathstorm needs to come to the aid of his teammates. But that being said, so VOIN, they've done some massive amount of damage. Hitman out and about, and now it all rests on the nimble shoulders of Sinister. That's not where the fight really ends, because you still have Team Ghost who are just hounding like dogs. Any single moment they might pounce upon, and anything could be the outcome of this particular fight.
Oh, anything can be the outcome. Anything is possible right now. These are the teams that want to thrive on the first chart, and they're going to do absolutely anything and everything at their disposal to make that happen. Dr. K wants to push forward, but as soon as you realize that he's going kind of further away from his team, he backs off, he gets back, and once again, at this time, the teams fight do come to a halt. R9 is still close by to the vicinity of the fight, but not the fights that's actually happening. Backfire, the damages are definitely being dealt at. VOIN Esports on the receiving edge, 2-player are down. They have to go for the rescue. They have to make sure that somehow they rescue their teammate. But look at 27 PRM. He makes sure that he's gonna go down, but he takes down at least one player with him. VOIN maxes as the final player, but gets taken by the team R9. Not before taking Waz down as a knockout, but luckily enough for the team R9, they are still gonna survive with a 4-man squad. 6 elimination to their name. A1 TMT still surviving. Just K9 was eliminated, but the rest 3, that Storm, Sinister, Hitman, they're gonna make sure that their team at least gets into the top 5 or maybe the top 3.
I mean, they just got away with murder. I do not know how they managed to pull that off. But hold on, they're not in safe covers. They've got AGON X right beside them. But Skyforce, oh my goodness, 7 finishes already for this team. And they are on the cusp of staging another one of those amazing comebacks. We know they're quite famous for that. Does not matter if they're stalwarts. Does not matter if they're Skyforce. The players still have what it takes, and tops leading the charts of it all. 4 elims already. And once you take a look at how the circle has really panned out, RRQ, they're also in the mix of things. So many teams are in contention of the top spot, and so many of them have already made it into the top 8. You're talking about Skyforce, we're talking about Team Ghost having a finally good game. You're talking about RRQ, AGON I8, who's kind of seem to be a little suppressed, haven't really gotten on the elim boards yet, but you never know. All it could take is one good fight and they might not seem to stop at all.
Oh, yes, it's only gonna take one fight. It's only gonna take one initiative on the teams, and it will be over in a jiffy for many of the players. But RRQ, Asa 5K Ryu, he needs to be rescued. This is the moment, Team RRQ. You have to show your sneaky skills. You have to show your skills on how you can get to your player, in fact, and get that rescue done. But Supraman knows. Supraman knows about the player. Supraman knows where the enemy is going to be, and the fire, the taps, it's definitely happening. The player is not going to receive any kind of damage. Supraman is left with just one option, and that is to either aggress or to get inside of that circle, in which I do believe he's going to choose for that aggressive stance. He's going to make sure that the elimination do come in handy, and there we go. R9 Naki gets that elimination done. This might be the winner of a chicken dinner match for the team R9, Team Ghost, and if they do get it, there is a chance that even they have the potential to get on the hashtag #1. A1 TMT, we saw it's not that much of a farther away distance on the points chart that they were like struggling. It's just one matter of chicken dinner with 10, maybe 12, maybe even 15 points. If you can gather, you can straight up jump on the hashtag #1.
Oh, you certainly can. But now, as things have kind of slowed down a little bit, it's just the calm before the storm. The moments before the ultimate fight. Skyforce, 8 limbs already. Ghost, they kind of have seemed to have no holds barred. The way they are playing, they know that there's no tomorrow. There is not going to be another game after this. It all rests upon this one match. They have been silent. They have been shut down throughout the entire day. But they know that given the moment, how to shine and do well. Superman, 4 finishes already on this one man. Seems like he has a slight idea of where DRS could be and wants to try to stop them from getting inside the zone. But now DRS, they've got that momentum. They're in the groove. RRQ, they've lost out on a suck, they've lost out on their star fragger, but still 3 players alive. As the circle kind of shifts away from every single team, it is just going to be Team Ghost, Superman and RRQ who are sort of entering inside the circle. But now the final moments, Skyforce, their path is filled with all sort of treachery. They have got T2K right beside them, the ones who are also contending for a chicken. But hold on, Skyforce again being pummeled down as they have lost down on Mercedes.
Oh, Mercedes has been plummeted down. DRS right now, so far with 6 elimination, they are on the crosshairs of the team AGON X I8. Skyforce, T2K, they're somewhat close by, but Skyforce is not looking at the T2K whatsoever. They're actually focused more on the team RRQ. And I can already know somewhat because of that the players do need to know on what the position they need to get at. RRQ is one of their contenders that needs to be taken down. R9 fighting with the team RRQ. The back-to-back aggression, the back-to-back fights are finally gonna start. DRS taking SF on the complete elimination side. Almost taking them on the complete elimination side. Just one player is remaining, but DRS, they're not stopping their aggression on just one team. AGON has been spotted. The fire from AGON takes one down. XMPL is on their knees. Crypto has a beautiful chance of taking Gyante down, which he does. M4, this guy's M4 is out of this world. Just look at that. As soon as he gets the M4, the performance, the aggression is back in Crypto's hand.
Yeah, the mid-range king, he arrives, but the big question is it too late for AGON I8? But still, having been made inside the circle and having a really good position. But look at 001, he might have himself in a really precarious spot. Does have that high ground advantage, but let's not forget, you've got Team Ghost right from the backlines, could apply a lot of pressure, and this is where Team RRQ might just sandwich themselves in a situation they would not want to be in. But Falak, this position, he has a lot of information to play around. 001 getting spotted out in the open, and Falak will get that knock secured, and there you go, the cavalry does arrive. A1 TMT, however, on a little bit of a halt, on a little bit of a pause. They know that they want to let this fight cook, and the moment that ends, that is where they want to strike. But seems like IQ, he spotted out all that intervention and he wants to act accordingly. AGON I8 finally mustering up all that bravery inside of them. They march in, but DRS, they have been mischievous, they have been surprising, they have been dominant, they have been taking down a lot of those teams. But can they do the same against the likes of AGON I8? But hold on, you've got Team Ghost coming out of nowhere, spotting down the players. There you've got Crypto already securing a knock, and that does not end just there as he gets one more. Team RRQ, they may have bitten the dust, but AGON I8 still in the contention, getting a lot of those eliminations.
Oh, there's a lot of eliminations coming in. DRS has this 10 eliminations so far at their clutches. R9 also taking the fight. Ghost is down on his knees. Superman taking A1 TMTs. And with this, right now, it is a 1 versus 2 versus a 3, almost 4, but oh no! Superman gets rammed down by that vehicle, leaving Waz as the one and only hope for the team. If this could have been a chicken dinner for the team R9, they would have been on the top of the points table, but things are looking grim right now for Waz, for the team R9. A1 TMT, there's also the team DRS that has taken Crypto down. Uzam is super low, but Falak comes in with the clutch. This is the 7th elimination that the team AGON is gonna have for themselves. DRS getting eliminated on the hashtag number 4, leaving us with just a 1 versus 2 versus 3 fight. AGON has the best chance because of this momentum that they have generated against the team R9, that they can secure that winner chicken dinner. But remember this, folks, that there is always the team A1 TMT that can actually secure that circle for themselves. But IQ's location, that's what's crucial, because IQ is the only one right now that can actually damage on the team A1 TMT, in which case he does. Deathstorm has been almost dealt with, and there we have it. AGON, IQ take Deathstorm down, and at the same time Falak takes Sinister down. R9 also gets eliminated, and AGON with this gets a winner chicken dinner. This is 10 or maybe 11 elimination that the team AGON is gonna receive, and they goes out with the bang as well.
Oh my god, what a match it was. The Grim Reaper strike finally. Against all odds, it was AGON I8 bagging the chicken dinner. They might have been silent from the very start till the 4th or the 5th circle. They did not even have a single elim on them. But as things settled down, as circles started closing in, Agon I8 knew that this was their time to shine. But the big question is this chicken dinner going to be enough? Are those 10 points going to matter? Because we are talking about the ultimate glory. Because A1 TMT on the other side finished on the third spot, and they did also amass a couple of finishes. And let's not just forget Team Ghost, who went all guns blazing. DRS, they've been having a time of their own, but Skyforce, at a moment, they were in such a pole position, but suddenly, in the blink of an eye, they were also dealt with. RRQ, they fought till the end, but seems like they kind of got picked off pretty early. And then you've got Boomy Spots. They wanted to shine, they wanted to do everything, but they were also sandwiched. So much drama has happened in this game, and I'm starting to crack my skulls open as to what the outcome shall be. Who is going to emerge as the champion of this tournament?
Oh, who will be the champ? Who will be the victorious one in the National Crypto? Because this was the final day. This was the final match. We are done dusted with all of the 15 matches that were about to come, and now it's a matter of factor of time that champions will be revealed. Because we already talked about it, not just about the pro, it's about the glory, it's about the time that you know that you will be called, you will be deemed as the champions of this tournament. You need that title, you need that glory that you can present on different sides, that you can present on your socials, that yes, we won this tournament. But here we go, it is none other than DRS Gaming.
Out of nowhere, how on earth have they managed to pull this one off? Because they were not even in the equation. Yeah, sure, around 7th or 8th spot. But in those final 2 games, they managed to change it all. Oh my goodness, this has to be one of the biggest plot twists as DRS Gaming ever since that 2nd spot in the GC the last year. We've seen that little bit of a downfall, but hey, the boys are stepping it up, switching gears in the final day and becoming the ultimate champions. I mean, they started off this tournament with a chicken, DRS having a good performance in Sanhok, but then we kind of saw them dwindle down. But out of nowhere, they come in, and yes, the runners-up shall be Skyforce. Oh my goodness, what have we just witnessed, Oryx?
What is going on? My mind cannot even process what's going on. The way that the teams actually fought against each other. 111 points for the team DRS as the champions. Now the runner-ups are Skyforce with 107. But look at that, 109 in fact, but 108. Second runner-up is RRQ. This team showed so much potential on the first day, but they are finally on the 3rd spot. This is the top 3 that we just witnessed. 108 total points, out of which 77 were given on the elimination of single chicken dinner, and 31 placement points that the team Rex Regamakion actually secured for themselves. But oh my god, there were so many chances. There were so many other teams that could have been the absolute winner. There was team A1 TMT. Just look at that. They could have secured the hashtag number 3. 108 points to their name as well. But 111, 109, and 2108 that I am seeing.
What the actual was that? I have no clue. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure everybody is flabbergasted. Everybody is shocked. DRS Gaming? How did they pull this one off? And it's just... I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, sure. They had a beautiful Erangel. And... oh my god. Oh my god. Skyforce might be feeling quite gutted. RRQ, they really played like champions, but yeah, it is what it is. But regardless, I'm pretty sure the viewers enjoyed every single moment of this game, every single fight that happened in that game of Miramar. And what an exhilarating day it was. And I think this went beyond my expectations. We have done officials, we have seen so many of those games in South Asia. But when we had even Southeast Asia coming in, it was a battle between the best of Asia, and DRS prevailed supreme. Take a bow, lads.
They definitely do. Definite. On the second chart, other than that, ladies and gentlemen, there's Team Rage, Seventh Element, Deadeye's Guys. There's 4 Miracle Vibes, NFT, ARF, Team Horaa, IHC. The global champions are on the second spot as well. Oh my god, what am I seeing? I'm flabbergasted by this. In fact, yes, VOIN Esports also with 85 points. They're on the second chart, but yes, those were the top threes. And yes, we are not kidding with you. They are the actual champions. DRS takes that title away for themselves.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Let's take a moment. Let's just take a moment and oh, yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful game of PUBG Mobile. I think one of the finest. I think it did come down to the very end. And I think around 8 to 9 teams, they were all contending for the top spot. And it could have been anybody. The competition got that intense. Oh, but, on the other hand, it felt amazing. It felt amazing to be a part of the cast. I think has to be one of the finest games that we ever got to witness. I mean, from starting to end, everything was just pacing down. Sometimes there were those ups, sometimes there were those lows. We could see those emotions coming out of those players, them playing like the world mattered to them. And this is what happens when there's a lot at stakes. Yes, there's the prize pool, but it is all about the bragging rights. And yes, indeed, none other than Top will be the most valuable player of this tournament. 23 finishes, the highest damage being dished out from this player. He's been consistent. He's been there in the scene. He's been dominating globally as well. And I do not remember last when I could ever go on to say that I am missing those dominating performances from Top. Take a bow, my man.
Take a bow. Top 23 total finishes, 6,304 damage, 15 assists, 13 knocks, and a contribution for the team is almost off the 50%. He made sure that if he's contributing 50% of his team, almost 50%, he is sure to come out on the top as well as the most valuable player. But there is still another valuable player that we will be seeing as a second one, and it is none other than Falak. Falak from AGON X I8, 28 elimination, but the damage is what's making the huge difference right here and at that point. 45, 60 damage done by Falak, 16.86 average survival time, 17.55 for Top. The rest, like top fraggers, are on our screen as well. There is RRQ, Asa 5K, 29 eliminations, 43.53, 41.10 for Love with 24 eliminations. Same eliminations with XMPL as well, but the damage is a little bit higher, 47, 49. The survival time, it's what's making the difference there. 17 eliminations, 42.64 damage with 20.69 average survival time. Then we see IQ from AGON, another name of the team, AGON X I8, 22 eliminations, 16 survival time. RRQ, Nefcore View, in fact, 19 elimination, 3,782 damage at the same time. There's a lot of 4,000, 3,000 that we're seeing, even though the elimination numbers is not that much of a high, but head-to-head against the top fragger and the second top fragger, whereas Falak had more elimination, the survival time and the damage is what's making that difference.
Oh, it certainly did. And I think Falak was kind of in the mix, but today is the day he really stepped it up. And Top, he was there even yesterday, and he just held on to it. But this lad, along with IQ, I must say that the future of Pakistan PUBG Mobile is in safe hands. With these players stepping it up, we've seen moments of clutch. We've seen them every single time. They have delivered when it mattered the most. And yes, Agon I8, they did finally get that chicken. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, losing out on those first couple of games, not having the best of days, kind of put them out of contention. But I was really surprised with DRS, to be honest, because yeah, we thought it's going to be SF, but DRS, they kind of played like there's no tomorrow, and that's how they delivered. So there you go. If you talk about the finishes, the final two games, I think these two top dogs, they've been fighting it out ever since, right? And it came down in that Erangel matchup, XMPL, that one lad. I think stories are going to be told a lot about him coming in the future. But yeah, Skyforce will be a little gutted, but it is what it is. And the Nepalis will take the final laugh. And in the battle between the top teams of Asia, Nepal does prevail supreme. The real soldiers, they did manage to get them glory in the Global Championship. But here also in Crypto Invitational, DRS, they thrive to be the ultimate victors.
Oh yes, DRS still the champions. They are definitely like the champions that they can brag it about. Yes,
Yeah.
they are going to brag it about. Like they won the Crypto Invitational. They were the like one of that team that made sure not like they were unexpected throughout the whole game. There were other teams that had the chance, but DRS the last two games, I think that's what really matters, because even in the last game, remember that DRS even played that game tremendously. They had,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think,
for sure.
11, 15 points for themselves, and those 15 points were one of the reasons that they managed to secure that top 5, top 3 position for themselves. And in this match, as they were going completely aggressive for themselves, it was so amazing. But yes, this was all it. From the Invitational Crypto, the 3 days, the 15 matches action, fixes have been done and dusted.
Yeah, they certainly have been. And it feels so good. Nostalgia hitting right back, coming to cast this entire region after almost about a year. And felt really amazing. So kudos to the production. Kudos to the tournament organizers for having me. And yeah, kudos to you, Torix. It was a phenomenal desk over here. But I hope the audience enjoyed it. And I'm pretty sure you did. And if you did, in fact, do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button, because this does not stop just here. A lot of more announcements are coming, so make sure you tune into the KOD official Instagram handles and the other socials. I'm pretty sure you're going to find that in the descriptions. However, if you liked our job, do not forget to hit a follow on our Instagram and our X handles. Of course, it's going to be given out to you guys. But that being said, we're going to finally bid our adieus. We hope you had a good time. The pleasure was all ours. Till then, you guys take care and see you some other day.
calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty. do give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best do give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Say I'm dangerous 'cause I broke all the cages. No, I didn't take it. No, no. There are people that I guess don't ever learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. So never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. They'll be calling me cold-hearted, but I'm just getting started. My eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, still kingdom come. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Calling me royalty. be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty.